making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another brutal day of IEM Katowice 2024 qualifiers, the European closed qualifier. I'm of course your host, Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, by the players, by my plushies, by everyone involved. Welcome to our second day in a row here of grueling European qualifiers. We already wrapped up. We already wrapped up with the Asia server qualifiers the past couple of days. Now we are here to conclude the European server qualifiers. Now, again, do not fret, as there is still the Americas server qualifiers afterwards as well. I believe that is going to be tomorrow, if not mistaken. Tomorrow is the open qualifier. The day after that is the closed qualifier. So back to back qualifiers are upon us, and here we are to find out who makes it through and makes it to IEM Katowice. Let's go. At least from the European server. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the bracket yourselves, because we have a lot to go over. Quite a lot indeed, and for some reason this is not working. What? Man, there we go. Oh, not ideal here, but we'll try. There we go. We have our brackets. Again, shout out to Wikipedia for having it nice and tidy here between all of our lovely players. And from the top, from the very top, we have Clem versus Strange in a TVP. We have Gumiho versus a Laser. Again, Gumiho did attempt to make it through. A lot of the Koreans that are here did try to make it and failed to make it through the Asia server qualifiers, so they're trying again here in the European server qualifiers instead. That's why Gumiho is here against a Laser. Lambo versus Kaiser. Scarlet versus Showtime. Spirit versus Jeshi. Bunny versus Hero Marine, Skillless versus Classic, and Young Yakov versus Rainer. All these first round matches are going to be best of threes. Then the qualifying matches, which is thereafter, best of fives. Best of fives are going to be there in that in the next round, and that is where we're going to be headed afterwards. So a pretty stacked bracket, and again, do not fret if any of these players go down in the first round. Lower bracket. There is a lower bracket and a final qualifying match at the very bottom there as well. I believe 7 players make it through. We get 4 from the upper bracket, 2 from the lower, and then the final player there at the very end. So it's going to be, again, 7 in total. And yeah, we do wish them all the best here, as again, all these matches will be commencing soon. The vetoes are currently underway, and then we're going to be diving into every single one, or as many of these matches as we can. Big shout out to all the other casters. I believe Zombie Grub is out there, Rotterdam, Wardy, Steadfast, Enki, Cosmos, of course, as well. I want to say Naruto. I want to say Take TV, the French casters, Kolka's out there. Plenty of coverage going on at the moment to make sure we can cover every single one of these matches and make sure we can cover all these qualifying players as well. Ooh. So yeah, gonna be pretty stacked here tonight. And as I mentioned, to reiterate, any players that don't make it through the European qualifiers can make it through the Americas qualifiers. I'm saying European and Americas and Asia. These are all server qualifiers. They are not region locked. You can play from anywhere. It doesn't matter where you are. You can, of course, compete. You can take part. It is server based, not citizenship or residency or anything like that. So yeah, you can play from anywhere. Of course, server advantages are a big deal, and they will impact ping. I believe a lot of these European players can force the EU server against the Koreans, so the Koreans are going to be playing at quite a ping disadvantage, or at least quite an amount of them are. So best of luck. It's going to be that much more impressive if they can qualify. That much more impressive. Otherwise, I believe lobbies will soon be thrown down. I did just want to quickly go over the bracket and everything that is going to be going on here tonight. And again, if you're curious about when is the Americas qualifier, I believe tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the Americas qualifiers. So again, pretty jam-packed weekend of StarCraft. It isn't just your typical WTL and KSL and GPO and STC. No, it's all of that, and then the IM qualifiers on top of that as well. I'm ruining my sleep schedule. You can actually see my local time. I don't know if you see it on the bottom right. It is 5 a.m. That is the current local time here in Australia. We have a little ticker, a little clock there. And the ticker alongside it as well. Big shout out to Kuro. Kuro, of course, handled the overlays and put everything together and makes it look as amazing as it is. It's beautiful. Yeah, oh, now it's 5:01. There we go. We did just wrap up with WTL, our second broadcast of the day. We just wrapped up with World Team League. Unfortunately, there were some technical issues and we weren't able to cover, I believe it was Game 2 between Ryung and Scarlet. But that's also why, if you remember, during the WTL broadcast, I was like, you know what, we may not be able to cover Scarlet against Ryung here. There may be too many technical issues and technical difficulties, but we will be able to cover Scarlet in a couple of hours. I think it was in 3 hours time at the time. And yeah, we're back. We are back here. And that's our first series. A bit of a spoiler, but yeah, our first series is going to be Scarlet versus Showtime. Obviously, a lot of really good matches. Lots of really good matches are ongoing. And it's hard to pick between them. I was really tempted to go for Young Yaakov versus Raynor. I guess I mentioned what the matches are, but we didn't really get to talk about it. Young Yaakov versus Raynor, I feel like is going to be really close. Young Yaakov, he has been doing very well in the past year of StarCraft, even a little bit more than that. Young Yaakov, he's a bit of an underdog. He's a wild card, but 100% I can see him beating Raynor. I know Raynor is the heavy favorite. Don't get me wrong. Like 100% he is. But if an upset were to happen, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I do think Young Yaakov is going to pose a threat to Raynor, so really spicy ZVZ is going to be going on there. Skills versus Classic is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to favor Classic overall just because of his PvP aggressive play style. I don't know if Skills can quite keep up, but it's going to be a close one nonetheless, so really good PvP there. Bunny versus Hero Marine. Oh, when it comes to quality TVTs, mate, that's pretty damn good. Best of luck. Jeshi, he is one of my favorites here in this bracket. He did make it through. Surprisingly, he made it through the European qualifiers, and a lot of people were very shocked to see it. Jeshi, he advanced through the European Open qualifier over, I think it was Creator and Nightmare. So PvPs. Jeshi has really strong PvP. We've seen him take it to the best of them before, so we'll see how he does against Terran. Jeshi, I do wish him the best. I do wish him the best of luck when it comes to qualifying for the main event. Cyan's already made it to IM Katowice. Firefly as well. Jeshi is the only one missing. Sorry, I just sneezed. Is the only one missing there. I'm sure we'll get there soon. Scrolling up a little bit further, we have Lambert versus Kelliser. That's the other one that I had my eye on. That looks like a really good series. Kelliser has been looking damn powerful recently, so I do wish Kelliser as well as Lambert the best of luck in that TVZ. I think it's going to be a really damn good series. Above them, we go Gumiho versus a Laser. Ooh, best of luck to a Laser. Gumiho can be a very tricky opponent. Then we have Clem versus Strange. Best of luck to Strange. Clem is going to be coming in as the heavy favorite. Strange, more of an underdog, more of a wild card once again. We'll see if he can cause the upset. I hope so. Wish him the best. As we are getting into game number 1 of our first series. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Berlin International Gaming. Big. It is showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player, the Canadian Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlet. Catching up with the chat. Do you know why there isn't any coverage on the ESL channel? I believe the ESL channel is only live for the main broadcast of the main event. I believe the qualifiers are covered by community casters. I did mention before, like ourselves, Wardy, Rotterdam, Steadfast, Enki, Cosmos, Divinesia, as well as Take TV and Comeback TV and all the other lovely, beautiful casters out there. All the coverage is ongoing, and yeah, I'm ready to sink my teeth into this. So far, it's going to be a Hatchgas full standard opener out of Scarlet. We're loading into Site Delta, an interesting map. Long rushes by ground. We have seen a lot of late game play on this map as well, and I'm curious if that's where we're going to be headed. I bring this up because Showtime has a very unique play style here in PvZ. I say unique. The only player really that I kind of relate to Showtime is Creator. Creator also has this kind of slower tech-heavy style where you kind of defend, you survive, you get up to like a 4-base economy, and then you can move out with a death ball of an army. It's something that Showtime's quite fond of, and I'm curious if he's going to do the same here as well. I'm sure he will at some point in this series, but I'll be honest, I haven't been able to cast too much of Showtime in recent times. I've been casting him during Kung Fu Cups, for example, but I usually cover Showtime in PvPs. So I'm really curious to see how he's adapted over time since the last time we had the luxury of covering Showtime. I'm ready for it. Or if he does more of the same, which I'm all for as well. I think we were co-streaming the European regionals for DreamHack Atlanta for ESL Winter. That's it. For ESL Championship Winter, and we were able to cover some of Showtime, and yeah, for the most part we saw more of the same. We'll see. For now it's going to be a Stargate opener. I imagine this is going to be for heavy Oracle play, typically how Showtime does like to open, but we'll keep our eye on him. Again, now would be a good opportunity to try to swerve out of control, try to bring something different to the table, and to try to catch Scarlet off guard in a straight up game. I mean, we'll see how comparable they are with each other. For now, Adept's going to be threatening a shade towards that natural, just getting an eye on the saturation, making sure that Scarlet is, of course, droning. Second Adept is soon to join the first, and with 2 Adepts, we can one-shot drone. So this suddenly becomes that much more deadly, but Scarlet is making a wave of wings at the same time. The 5 a.m., it's kicking in. I'll try and remain coherent. I'll do my best. As Adepts threaten the shade into the main. Behind this, it is going to be the Oracle first. At a Showtime, should be double, soon to be into triple Oracle, into a third base. We'll keep our eye on him, as we do get 2 drones in the main. Pretty good damage. 2 workers do go down. Adepts, they will be cleaned up eventually by these Lings, as we will commit to the shade. Oh no, we cancel! We cancel the shade. The final Ling goes down. So just trading as efficiently as possible. Eventually, this Adept will fall. Can we get another drone? Almost. Almost. Finally, the Adepts have been cleaned up. We have the Oracles moving out. So first one heading towards the natural base here of Scarlet, the unnatural. Natural, but 2 Queens are in position. One of them is going to be spreading creep. We do take the opportunity to go in. We dive into the mineral line. 2 workers go down. We're going to get a third. We do take quite a bit of hull damage, but we should escape. Meanwhile, we do have the second and the third Oracle. So again, it's going to be triple Oracle opener into a third Nexus. Very standard stuff here out of Showtime, very macro-oriented. This is kind of what we expect to be seeing from Showtime in every game in this series. Again, if he ever does deviate away from this, we will bring it up. It is definitely going to be notable if that ever does happen. But now, again, triple Oracle. The weakened Oracle is going to be staying at home to defend and to deflect any kind of Ling counterattacks, and the other 2 Oracles are zooming across the map. Not just the Oracles, Adepts as well. Adepts are making their way here towards the third. Meanwhile, the natural, there's a Queen in position. Spores finishing up as well. We have 1 Queen in the main. We have 2 Queens here at the natural, and we have 3 Queens at the third. So far, Scarlet has split up her forces quite well. Spores are finishing in every single mineral line. We'll see if Showtime can make some magic happen. Meanwhile, behind this, yeah, this is the Showtime special. This is a Forge alongside a Robo. Something that's missing as all the Lings, they engage. Go first round. They do clean up all the Adepts. One of them completes the shade, but alas, it is going to get picked off. Good cleanup. But what I was referring to is that Showtime is missing something. He's missing the Twilight Council. Intentionally so. So this is a very tech-heavy style. You go Robo, you go Forge, you start at +1, you start Immortal Production, you delay Blink/Charge. You delay it because we have no intention to be active on the map. We're harassing with Oracles and Adepts, and we're achieving quite a lot actually. 2 more workers go down. Pretty good as the Oracles head into the main. But again, we're harassing with, a small amount of units, and we're not really going for any kind of big Blink timing or Blink aggression. We're going for delayed Blink and delayed gateway upgrades in favor of getting a robust kind of backbone here to the army as we are commencing Immortal Production. This is kind of the bread and butter of Showtime's PvZ. He's been doing this for the past year and continues to do it with success. It's a really strong way to play. It's very defensive, very tech heavy. The downside here is that you do allow the Zerg player to actually drone up quite heavily, but that's why these Oracles need to get damage done. And already 5 more drones go down. Very nicely done. Again, Showtime has very limited aggression available. Like, he doesn't really have that much to harass. He has a handful of Oracles and a handful of Adepts. He's not moving out with Blink Sword. He's not moving out with Charge Lots. Sentry goes down. But that's why it's that much more impressive that, hey, despite being so limited, he has killed 15 drones already. That's basically a mineral line. Very impressive. Very good damage here from Showtime, and he keeps all 3 of his Oracles alive, which means he can get even more done. Behind this, it's going to be Charge on the horizon. There's the Temple Archives for Archons. Again, we're kind of chilling back at home. We're just moving out with Oracles. 4th base is on the way. Showtime's main army is designed just to defend, and he doesn't even have that much here. He is a little bit vulnerable, but Scarlet is going to be Droning for the time being. 4th base may be cancelled. Scarlet is double expanding. 4th is already done. 5th is on the way. And Scarlet's cutting workers. We have droned up to 68. That's 3 base that's 3 base saturation, and we're making roaches. And here we go, Scarlet getting ready for a push. Now, we did just see the army. The army here for Showtime is a little bit lackluster. There's not much here. Right now, he is vulnerable. Now is the time to strike. Scarlet knows that. She's checking the army, does run into the Immortals, and is getting ready here for a big wave of roaches. That's 5 more Overlords in production. Scarlet, she is getting ready for that creep highway. Still not droning. Scarlet, she's been stuck here at 68 workers for quite some time. Again, intentionally so. But now we are squeezing out a couple of workers. Okay, it looks like Scarlet, instead she's going for a Ling counterattack. Backing off with her roaches and harassing with Lings. Looks like she has recognized that this is an army that she can no longer break. I mean, we have 3 Immortals, Archons, Storm is on the way. The longer this goes on, the more fortified Showtime is becoming. And if we wanted to hit the timing, Scarlet missed it. Does still have an army, don't get me wrong, but she herself recognizes that she cannot quite end the game. She can maybe try to set up a surround, though. Showtime pushing onto creep. He's going to be dancing with death. Does have to respect the army of Scarlet. Behind this, Hive is on the way. Bailey Nest, so we're working towards more of a Lingbane heavy composition. The Hive grants access to Vipers. Now, what's concerning here is that this transition, this tech transition from Scarlet is late, and her drones are late as well. We pointed out that, again, she had cut workers for quite some time. She wanted to be aggressive. Obviously, she changed her mind, which is fine, but because initially she wanted to be a little bit more assertive, this means that the droning is delayed, and if we wanted to get into lurker tech, it's a ways away. So I have to give the edge to Showtime. Meanwhile, it's not going to be lurkers, it's going to be ultras instead. Okay, so this is kind of a band-aid solution to the issue that we've arrived to, essentially. Where Scarlet, it takes too long to get into a Hydra Den, then a Lurker Den, then upgrades as well. Now, I may as well just go straight for the Ultra Cavern instead. And Ultras as well do amazingly on creep. I'm pretty sure Scarlet is assuming that Showtime is going to move out soon. Showtime is already on 4 bases. This is the setup he always goes for. You get 4 bases, then we max, then we push. Charge Lot, Archon, Immortal Storm. This is a pretty hefty army. On creep, though, we can have a better engage with ultras. Off of creep, that's a different story. You know, ultras are not as amazing if they're used offensively, but defensively, they have a lot of power. Meanwhile, Zelt's going for a big counterattack. Ooh, drones are going to be going down. 3 workers, and we do threaten the base. Scarlet has to turn back around, has to deal with this at the same time. Another counterattack here towards the bottom left. And Showtime. The goal here is just to buy time. Buy time to max out. Like, he's still not ready yet. Showtime's still building up this death ball of an army. Has a good amount of Immortals and Archons, but we're even taking up into Sky Toss. Fleet Beacon, Stargate's on the way. We did get a couple of contaminations in the main, which is nice, but again, we are still just taking up even further towards Sky Toss. And Scarlet isn't ready for it. No Hydras, no Spire, no Corruptors. We don't really have much to deal with Sky Toss army. Ultras aren't really going to help there. Ultras are there on the way. Scarlet pushing on the left-hand side. The army of Showtime out of position. We have a couple of storms. And it looks like the static defense is going to be able to buy enough time for the rest of the army to rotate over. And Showtime, he will deflect this. Did lose like a shield battery and a cannon here or there, but so far no major losses from Showtime. He does hold on. We have another base on the way. That is going to be a 5th. And again, Showtime, he's getting to that max out point. Scarlet still trying to deal with this. Does run into a stage trap. Big feedbacks. Oh my god. Massive feedbacks on those Vipers. We do get one of the Immortals. And 1 Archon. Pretty good pickoffs here. Meanwhile, Scarlet throws down the Spire. Again, this Spire is late, and it's gonna be a bit of an uphill battle to have an army and have the upgrades to deal with Sky Toss. Thankfully, we're not there yet. We have a mothership on the way, but there's no carriers, no Tempest. Showtime is still hyper-fixated on building up his ground army. And that's a good thing for Scarlet. Because again, Scarlet needs time to not just finish up the Spire, but start upgrades, right? With +1 carapace, +1 air carapace and flyer attack. Working towards a greater Spire. Lings go for a counterattack. They run into a wall of cannons. This is also where Scarlet's investment into the Ultras hasn't really paid off. I mentioned before that Ultras do amazingly defensively, and I was saying that maybe she assumes that she needs Ultras here and now to survive. but there was never an attack. That's the problem here. So the resources invested into these ultras, they could have been invested right into this higher form of tech. You know, the Spire, the Greater Spire, the upgrades. We do have a pretty robust ultra army, don't get me wrong, but Showtime isn't pushing. So Scarlet has to make use of the supply in some way. Does find some of the army. Does find some Archons. Good pickups here from Scarlet. Catches 2 Archons. Is going to get a third as well. Takes a Storm to the face, but we can take it. Mothership is going to go down. Minus 300, and we do even deny a base. I think that was a kill. Yep, that was a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. So good trades here from Scarlet, making use of these ultras. Zealot is going to drag her attention here towards the south. Lings are arriving just in time. We clean up those Zealots. Prism making its way into the main. Meanwhile, we still haven't started Skytoss production. We have 2 more Stargates, so we can make 4 units at a time. But Showtime, he's holding off on it. Is holding off. Prism into the main. Queens are in position that we can focus on the Prism, and the Prism makes it out just barely. At the same time, Ravage, they get caught by a Stasis Trap. The Zealots, they shouldn't get much done here. There are plenty of Queens, plenty of Transfuse. We do keep everything alive. There it is. Upgrades are on the way. Corruptors as well. Bit of a Stalker hit squad here. We do want to get rid of these Stalkers as efficiently as possible. It looks like we will get the Ultra. Nice trades for these Stalkers. Getting an Ultra. Not bad. Behind this, though, we're still doubling down on Immortal production. I wouldn't be opposed to even... I mean, we're up to 5 Stargates. Get a nice round 6, you know. 6 Stargates, just so we can make 6 units at a time. But here we go. Bailey's going to be rolling on in into the mineral line. We do evacuate just in time, though, but this space may go down. Just barely. It's zoned away. The Immortals, they do make it here in time. Showtime going to be able to hold onto that base. Or even catching some of these Ultras, and they melt. You can see how quickly those Ultras went down to the mass amount of Immortals. A pretty big blow. Zealot Rambai continuing mowing through these spine crawlers. And now we can push. Scarlet just lost a lot of supply. She just bled out. How many ultras was that? 2 ultras, a couple of queens. Now is the time to be assertive. Broodlords are on the way. We haven't seen the Broodlords yet. Showtime is not aware. Once he does see them, we should be reacting with Tempest and Carriers. But there's no tell. Like he has no kind of rush to get into that. He has no urgency. When I feel like he probably should. As he moves out, another big Ling Ultra counterattack, forcing the recall. He does recall back home. That's a lot of Immortals at the same time. Here comes the rest of the army pushing towards the left-hand side, but there's not much here. Big Stasis Trap does delay. Ultra's going to get cleaned up. We do kill 13 probes. It's a lot of economic damage. Likewise, another Nexus is going to be denied. That was an expensive trade. I'm afraid to look at how many Ultras died. That was oh my god. 8 Ultras went down. Ay, ay, ay. Oof. An expensive loss, and Scarlet is going to be replacing said Ultras. I'm a little bit surprised we're not going into heavier Broodlords. Still working on it. Zealots, they do take down a base. Scarlet pushing towards that third. Where are our Broodlords? We have 4 of them. We're keeping them back at home. Keeping them close to the chest. There it is. Second Spire is done. We're getting into 2-1 upgrades. So far, Scarlet, she's done really well for herself when it comes to denying bases and keeping Showtime back at home busy while she catches up in deck. It's really good play here from Scarlet. I was really concerned earlier because of how late these Spires were, but she's making up for it. Bailey's going to be rolling in. They do get into the mineral line. Ooh, big connection. 6 workers go down. Scarlet is going to back off, does evacuate with what little she has left. Did we lose the Vipers? We kept them alive, thankfully. And she just continues to hit these fringe bases over and over again, but Showtime is in position this time. I'll try not to say time too much, but... Storms to connect. Scarlet will back off. Getting a solid split push here from Showtime. Scarlet still committing to Mass Ultra. I'm not too sure if I'm in love with it, just because there are so many Immortals. These Ultras just haven't been gaining too much value. So many of them have been dying. Good fungal. Does slow down the army, does get some damage done. Meanwhile, another base is going to be denied here towards the top right. Broodlords have been revealed, and Tempests are on the way. And the Broodlords, they do lock down one of those Immortals. And we're forced to recall. But immediately, as soon as we see the Broodlord's Tempest in production, another hatchery is going to be going down. We just recalled, which means this army is vulnerable. Do we have a mothership? We do. We have the mothership. We can recall out of here, but it looks like... Is it in time? We get 1, we get 2, 3. Ooh, 3 Immortals. A hefty loss there for Showtime. And now we're triggering a counterattack. This base is going to be denied. Showtime has to be careful with his unit movement. But there it is. Tempests are in production. Like, basically, the Broodlords were the sign. They were the trigger point here for Showtime to let him know now is the time to go into Sky Toss. Until then, he wanted to stick to all models. So, I mean, he's been doing well for himself as a result. Speaking of the Mass Ultra, pushing on forward. Just tanking those stasis traps. No, he's stuck. No. No, the Sim City. Oh my god. Barely to escape. When it comes to the army composition here of Scarlets, we have a couple of Corruptors and Broodlords, but still a really heavy Ultra composition. Ultra Infestor. Scarlet down to 60 workers. Does have a bank to work with, but has a very low worker count just because of the constant bases that have been going down. She has some recovering to do. We have droning to do, essentially. Showtime has the better economy, has the better bank, the more efficient army. But there is creep for Scarlet, at least. Map control, we have a kill, not a cancel. Kill the Nexus. Pretty good. Now Showtime just trying to establish another fresh mining base. To end up yoinking that Oracle. Plus 3 upgrades on the way here for Scarlet. Or 3-2 at least. We're getting there. We are getting there. So I want to look at the efficiency here as... Yeah, this is brutal. Pretty even trades, which is never something you necessarily want to see. Overall. I mean, I would say this is probably a better thing for Scarlet. Pretty even trades mineral-wise. It has been trading better gas-wise, which is important. I thought that Scarlet would have lost more Ultras. Only 11 this game. I mean, I say only 11, but... Still a lot more Ultras here towards the south. Yeah, Scarlet go for another big counterattack. We do have some units in position. And we have enough. It's 4 Immortals. Meanwhile, that Tempest count looking pretty hefty. We've got 5 Tempests in total. We have a massive mineral bank. We could actually invest into carriers as well. The Corruptor count isn't looking too high. We only have 9. And Showtime can start trading efficiently with this Tempest. Can start poking in. Scarlet's still not on the best worker count here. Here we go. We're pushing on forward. How many Vipers do we have? We are on 2 Vipers looking for some abductions. Looking for some yoinks. Oh! Oh my god. The dance has begun. Basically, the Vipers are looking to abduct one of these Tempests. Meanwhile, the High Templar are looking to feed back the Vipers. It's the goal here. Do poke on forward. Queen is going to be going down. Some of these spores as well. Looks like these spores may just be forfeits. We do get an abduct on one. Sorry, abduct the fungal on one of those High Templar. Not a bad pickoff, but spores are falling. With the death of these spores, then we can just start laying siege upon the base itself. Yeah, this is a pretty pivotal kind of location here for Scarlet. Trying to hold the line, pushing on forward here with those Corruptors. Again, a very delicate dance. We do snipe one of those Archons. Up. Almost getting the High Templar. The final spore does go down. From here, we can try to send off a couple of units to take down this base. Towards the north. Scarlet trying to take another expansion. Nice catch on that Infestor. We do have a decent fungal. We'll shut down 1, maybe 2 Archons. Oh, just barely. There are those Zealots. Again, going straight for that mineral line. Ultras, they have to respond. Showtime, now aware that the army has maneuvered over. Going for another Zealot counterattack. We're getting ready for one. Getting some pot shots off on these Ultras. Now that they're exposed. Again, it's just slow and steady here between these. Things can very quickly take a turn for the worse for either player, really. Here we go, Showtime pushing onto Creep. He is pushing onto Creep. The Corruptor is getting ready to go for the big surround. Ultras as well. Really adventurous move by Showtime. So far, a decent storm. Still a Viper full of energy, and we get the yoink. Up! Looks like we do get the yoink. Mothership should go down. We do get the slow zone, but it's not going to be good enough. And here we go. Now in come the Ultras. Showtime has to be so careful here. Is bleeding out units. And maybe bleeding out too much. Again, just a really awkward location for him. Yeah, another Archon falls. We can't afford these losses. I mean, we can't afford these losses, to be fair, but we can't lose too much too quickly. And Showtime is just going to get the hell out of here. At the same time, a big Zealot counterattack. The Ultras, they have to respond. A nice burrow. A really nice way to save those workers, but the hatchery itself may be focused down. The DPS is just too high. And we do get a kill on the hatchery. At the same time, we do abduct one of those Archons. Oh, good fungal. Forces the recall. One Tempest goes down. Nice catch from Scarlet. Again, it's all about efficiency at this point. It's all about the trades. Picking off one unit at a time. The banks are pretty comparable to each other. Looks like we do deny a base. We catch a mineral line. Good amount of workers. Yeah, and Scarlet has to... Sorry, Showtime has to respond. Is spotted by the creep. And Showtime's winding out. He's gonna need to take another expansion. He does have this center base, which is nice, but does soon need another. And this army is so immobile. As he pushes out, this base is exposed. Scarlet may try to take advantage of that. We have options. Speaking of, Zealot Runback comes in. This base is so vulnerable. The hatchery, it's gonna go down. Nice pick up here from Showtime. Ultras are coming back home, turning back around. Looks like can we force another cancel? An Adventurous Oracle does get the revelation. Zealots will be cleaned up. And yeah, Showtime, he just pivots away here towards the bottom. I love that we're leaving the mothership. So in case we ever need to recall, the mothership can bring the army over. So Showtime, he is fortified here towards the north. Now he's getting fortified towards the south, punishing this base, denying so much mining. And here come the carriers. This is what I've been waiting for. The carriers, they have arrived. Now Scarlet does have a super maxed army. And we're pushing in. Here's the recall. Ooh, and we're just going to go town on all these Ultras. This could trigger a counterattack, but no, Scarlet is turning back around. We do catch a couple of workers. We should deny this northern base. Forcing a cancel. Bearing in mind, we can always recall towards the south. That was the mothership recall, not the base recall. Showtime still has another available. From here, Scarlet is on the chase. And there's that recall we were talking about. Just over to the other side, actually. One carrier goes down. We're gonna get a second as well. Nicely done. But again, that's the second recall, which means Scarlet knows there's no recall left. We can go straight for the base. The Ultras, they have arrived, and they should mow through all of these cannons and all these shield batteries. Sag Defense buys some time. Showtime racing back home. But by the time he gets here, he should lose this mineral line. The probes! Oof. 28 probes go down. Big pickoffs. The entire mineral line and then some. We will shave off some Ultras, but That was just a really good trade here from Scarlet. At the same time, though... Oh, here come the probes. Towards top right. Another carrier. Does go down. Yeah, it looks like Showtime, he wasn't aware of this base. Towards the top right. Ultra's rotating over to here. Oh, that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Scarlet going to be losing 2 hatcheries. The worker count's getting much lower here for both players. And once again, Scarlet, she's going for this base. She's going for another base with these Ultras. We don't have a recall. Mothership's coming in. We could recall to the Mothership as we use the cloak instead. We have detection. We do have detection, forcing the recall, and we will clean up these Ultras, not before losing another 11 probes. From here, though, Showtime can try to punish this northern base. We have options. Do we go towards the north? You can see that Showtime is burning through his bank because he has to make so many more workers and rebuild this active defense. Zealots to arrive. Good storm. How many Corruptors? We have 31. 31 Corruptors at this point. 1 Viper. Ooh, that's scary. Only relying on a single Viper. There's a lot of pressure on that 1 Viper. I'm a bit concerned. Top right did go down. It looks like we're going straight for the center base. Yeah, the cannons and shield batteries were not replaced. They were not rebuilt. And this base is going to fall. Showtime, they're going to try and fight for it. At the same time, Ultra's hit towards the south. Scarlet is doing a great job here just pulling Showtime apart. And even though both players are max, Showtime has been, again, burning through that bank. As the Nexus does go down, and here come the Ultras. This time the Immortals are in position, and we're going to have to recall back home. And this recall should punish this hatchery. Like, the Corruptors and Broodlords are out of position, but we're not going for it. Scarlet does get her in time. Earlier, we had Showtime kind of punishing the space from the other side of this other side of this cliff. I do think that was pretty important, and we haven't done that in quite some time. This base so crucial here for Scarlet. It's her only mining base, essentially. Like, we're running out of mineral patches here. We've been losing these northern bases. This is the most crucial base for Scarlet. And if Showtime were to take control of this, that would be game. So I'll say crash into Ultras. Showtime has his eyes on this hatchery. Interesting how both the important mining bases are right next to each other right now. Showtime has arrived. The Corruptors have to respond. Do force to cancel. Showtime does have the Observer here, so he's going to be able to clean up a lot of this creep. Has to be careful. Scarlet, she's looking for a dive. Causing spraying down the stasis trap. Again, she wants to try to catch these carriers. She's going for it at the same time. Zealots, they run into the Ultras. And it looks like Showtime does make it to the safety of the cannons. That was a little bit scary. Scarlet, she was looking for the opportunity, but didn't quite find it. Showtime is kind of pinned here in the corner. Meanwhile, here comes the push that I was waiting for. The ground army moving towards these bases. And that does create an opening here for the Sky Toss. Again, Scarlet's Broodlords have to respond. Ultras are going to go down. Nice. Oh my god. The Neurals. But the Infestors go down. The Neurals do run out. And it looks like we are getting on top of this space. Scarlet, she's going to be running out of money. This hatchery is going to fall. No more mining. At the same time, here comes the Sky Toss. But Scarlet, she's in position. She can still take a fight. She still has a bank. Slow Zone is thrown down. The Broodlords are being quite adventurous here. And the Corruptors, they're in pursuit. Do we want to commit? Do we have enough Broodlords? I don't think we do. It's going to be close. Big blinding clouds. We're focusing on the Broodlords. We are down to, what, 6 Broodlords? Down to 6, down to 5, down to 4. There's 3 Broodlords left, and with each Broodlord going down, what can these Corruptors do? We have too many! We have all these Corruptors, they do nothing. They do nothing to the ground toss. Every Broodlord goes down, and it looks like Showtime has done it. No more mining here for Scarlet, no more economy, and nothing that deals with the ground toss. We're diving on the sky. We can just recall away. Big storms as well. Oh my god. How many Corruptors? 48! 48 Corruptors. Jesus. Meanwhile, the ground army just getting out of control. We couldn't even try to go for the elimination, to be honest. We could go for all these bases, all these buildings. Showtime's going to be pulling back. We do have 9 Broodlords on the way. And that's it. That's the bank. Scarlet, she's out of money. She only had enough resources to make 9 Broodlords. And what you see is what you get. Do we have any? We have 0 drones. 0 drones. Scarlet can make more drones. She can make more. There we go. We have 1 more worker on the way. But in this battle of efficiency, in this battle of attrition even, maybe a better way to put it, Showtime has been able to come out on top. Again, that's really the power of the new mothership is, well, I say the new mothership, although mothership in this position, as we've seen, the recalls. These recalls have been so important. Recalling to the mothership, recalling back home, being sure that we're in position to just maintain our economy, maintain our bases, and Showtime, he was always so careful with it. And yeah, GG gets called. There's no final fight. Showtime will take game number 1. GG. Oh, we got some clowns in the chat. Ah. GG, well played, and whew, that went down to the wire. Was pretty intense there. For a while, it did seem like Scarlet was doing well when it came to counterattacking with her ultras and denying bases, but she was banking so much on catching the sky toss. Remember, she had 48 Corruptors. She had 48 Corruptors, and she was looking for the opportunity. She was fishing for the opportunity to dive on the carriers and the Tempest, and it never happened. She was never able to do so until the very end, and by then it was too late. Showtime was always so careful with his movement, so careful with his positioning, and he never got caught out. Again, Showtime is just really good at this playstyle. We spoke about it from the very beginning, actually, from the very beginning of this game, where Showtime's playstyle is triple Oracle Opener into a 3rd, into a delayed Twilight Council, into a 4th, into Archon Immortal, into a 4-base economy, then late game, right? Then late game. That's what he does, you know, and he's so damn good at it. And it can be difficult for the opposing player to kind of meet the tempo of Showtime. We were a little bit critical of it earlier on for a reason. Scarlet, it did feel like she wanted to be a little bit more aggressive at times, or was expecting aggression from Showtime, investing in a lot of roaches, investing in a lot of ultras early on, and it never really achieved much just because Showtime was so passive. And it's one of those moments where, as a Zerg player, you need to recognize that and try to take advantage of that and tech up and, you know, be greedy and drone up and, you know, take advantage of a more passive player, but did not quite happen. Alas, we're now getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Canadian Zerg player, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlet. Oh boy, here we go. And again, Side Delta is a map that is kind of known for its split map scenario, is known for its late game just because of how large it is, how widespread the bases are. Oceanborn is going to be a little bit different. The rush distance by ground on Oceanborn is a lot smaller. I mean, the map itself is a little bit more congested, and it does lead to more aggression as a result. It can favor more aggression in the mid game. But likewise, we have seen a lot of split map scenarios, and I wouldn't be surprised if Showtime tries to turtle up again. Would not be surprised. Now the question becomes, if Showtime does try to go for that playstyle, how will Scarlet react? Will she try to break him? Will she try to be aggressive and hit a certain timing like she attempted to in the previous game? Or do we embrace the late game? Do we just tech up as quickly as we can and be as greedy as possible, drone up to 80, and then, you know, kind of race and even beat Showtime to the late game instead. Typically, it's one or the other. It's hard to be in between. Hard to be in between, but yeah, for now, here we go. We're getting into our openers, and we'll see if Showtime does deviate. Now, something important to take note of is that Showtime doesn't have to always play that style. That's what he's known for. You know, he's known for his more tech-heavy defensive play style, but he can be more aggressive at times. He can be more assertive. He can mix it up. Doesn't always mix it up, but he can. That's something to bear in mind, something to always have in the back of your mind when you're up against Showtime. You don't want to be too greedy against him because suddenly he can push out. He has it in it. For now, Stargate Opener is going to be a Stargate Opener. This should be for an Oracle. We have seen a rise in popularity of Void Ray openers instead, but I don't think Showtime is that kind of player. I do think that his playstyle is very pivotal, or the Oracles are really crucial when it comes to his playstyle, just because we spoke about it at the time. He doesn't actually have a lot to harass, so he needs to be as efficient as possible with his first couple of Adepts and Oracles to actually make sure he's able to get a handle on his opposing Zerg player. There it is. It is going to be the Oracle first. As Adepts, they do threaten this shade towards that natural. Going to be trading with the Lings. They don't quite get into a mineral line. We're getting the hell out of there. Recall feels bad, man. We got Smudge. Oh my god. I mean, there was one moment where Scarlet was like counting recalls, and she was able to like force an early one and kind of punish Showtime for it, but I think it only happened once. It only happened once in that last game, where Showtime was a little bit too trigger happy with his recalls and was caught out. But again, once was not enough. But now, first Oracle zooming across the map. We have a second Oracle on the way. Showtime in position here to defend his third. Make sure he is not denied, not forced to cancel. Oracle dips into the main. We get one, we get two. Two drone kills in the main. Very nicely done. We're going to get another drone kill at the third. Oh my god. We just barely do morph in that spore. We get some lava instead. And good pickoffs. Good pickoffs nonetheless. Second Oracle has arrived. Third Oracle is on the way. So triple Oracle with some Adepts to harass. This is the Showtime. I say the Showtime special. This is, again, pretty standard play here from Showtime. The exact same opener he went for in game number 1. And if you remember, Showtime killed 15 drones. 15 workers with his initial harass. And this is different. Let's go. That's a Forge and a Twilight Council. In game 1, he went Forge Robo for a tech-heavy style. This is more aggressive. This is more assertive. Showtime. Looking to mix it up. Adepts say shade into the main base. Lings are going down. Drones as well. We get 2 workers in the main. And we're going to be able to focus down a couple more as well. At the same time, Oracles, they head to the third. There are Queens in position, though. Would you deflect them? That's still 6 worker kills, and the Adepts do make it out. Surprisingly so. That is triggering a counterattack. Well, at least it would have. Adepts are going to be caught out. They will be cleaned up. And all in all, we've killed 8 workers this game. Not as good as the first. But, as a reminder, again, Twilight Council follow-up. Blink is on the way. This tells us that Showtime, he doesn't have to be more assertive, he doesn't have to be more aggressive, but he can. He definitely can. If he goes for a Gateway Explosion, then he can push out with an abundance of Stalkers. And I'm sure his goal here is to try to catch Scarlet being too greedy. So a very different follow-up this time from Showtime. God, I keep saying time. God damn it. That was the good thing about Oliveira, time changing to Oliveira, is that it didn't mess up with our vocabulary when it comes to casting and overusing words. As we go in and we get 5 more worker kills here at the third, and we escape with every single Oracle. And just like that, 14 worker kills for Adepts. Good trades. Once again, good trades. This is what Showtime needs. This is what he's always looking for. Killing a mineral line, essentially. 4th base is on the way, and we're taking. Okay, so remember how I said we have to keep our eye out for a Gateway Explosion. So far, we haven't seen one. We have 2 gateways here at the natural, 2 gateways in the main, 3 here at the third. A pretty standard amount. Get some revelations in these bases. But Showtime is just expanding. taking a fourth, taking up towards Archons. Did get all these big Stalkers, but is just maintaining his position. He can push out with them, but there's no way to reinforce, and you don't want to lose these Stalkers for no reason. Showtime does get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, Scarlet, I do appreciate this. We are skipping Roaches, we are going Ling Hydra instead. Ling Hydra straight to the Hive as well. Very fast infestation pit. As opposed to game number 1, Scarlet is taking a lot faster this time. Meanwhile, here come the Stalkers. And we have Oracles to support, to make sure they don't get surrounded. Double rover behind this. Storm is on the way. Showtime is teching. Applying some pressure with these Stalkers, but we should be able to defend. Stage trap going to be going up. So far, good control out of Showtime, forcing back those Lings. Trading well, hasn't denied the base, but he is applying pressure. But Scarlet has successfully droned up to 83. Again, she has droned up far faster this time. Remember last time she cut workers at 68, and she was stuck on 68 workers for far too long. This time, straight up to 80. Lurker Den is on the way. Hydra Lurker Viper is on the horizon for Scarlet. So basically, she's saying, I see that you're being defensive and you're taking up. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to do the exact same here. Scarlet this entire time has been defending with pure Ling. Hasn't been wasting gas on Roaches or earlier Hydras. So when it comes to resource spendage here, Scarlet has been very efficient with it. Only making Lings and investing in all these upgrades, tech. Hydra speed on the way, plus on range. Lurker production already commencing. As a result, Scarlet is going to be able to hit the timing with Lurkers before we get much going here for Showtime. He does have Immortals on the way, though. He's making 2 Immortals at a time. And Immortals, they are an answer for Lurkers. Not the answer, but an answer. Storm is done. High Templar pushing out. And this is a more dedicated push here from Showtime. Now, thankfully for Scarlet, the Lurkers are done. And how many Lurkers do we have? 7. Now, these are Lair Tech Lurkers. The Hive upgrades are still on the way, but the Lurkers are in position, and immediately Showtime backs off. He does back off. He rethinks the situation. Go try to reposition. At the same time, a big Ling counterattack. That's a lot of Lings. Forcing Showtime back home. And these Lings don't need to get damage done, and they won't. They kill a cannon, and they race back home. They get us around on an Archon. Good pick off. One Archon is going to go down, but the goal here is, 1, to force the army to turn back around, big stasis traps, but we're building up more Lurkers. And the Lurker upgrades are finishing. Seismic Spines just finished, Adaptive Talons is on the way, 2-2, Adrenal Glands, all the Hive upgrades underway. Scarlet successfully forced Showtime to turn back around, and is getting away with this. To get the revelation, though, Scarlet has to respect it. Zealot run by, gets met by a wall of spine crawlers and by reinforcements. Again, the Ling Hydra army very mobile here for Scarlet. She's able to keep up. Face trap's going to be going off. Lurkers getting in position. Yeah, and Showtime, this should trigger a reaction here. This should trigger Showtime to go into Sky Toss instead. We're doubling down on Ground Toss. More Immortals are on the way. Now, the dynamic here is going to change if we get into Vipers. Do we have any Vipers yet? We do not. We have Hydra Lurker, but we're missing the Viper. We're missing the third part of that. Spire is on the way instead. So Scarlet, she's anticipating Sky Toss, which is why we have the Spire. At the same time, there's +1 air attack. Showtime also thinking about Sky Toss. He's thinking about it. He's preparing for it. Here we go, the Lurkers getting in position. Again, I would still love, like, Vipers would mean that Scarlet could be more aggressive with this army and actually threaten those Immortals. Prism goes down. Zealous gets surrounded. Lings will clean this up. And now we can focus on the main assault. That's a lot of Lunkers. How many? 18? Oh my god, 18 Lunkers. That's a lot of Lunkers. And we're not done. We have 4 more on the way. That's going to be 22. That's math. We're going for a counterattack. The stasis traps. Ooh, they do go up. Good stasis traps here, covering, catching for those Lurkers. And Showtime is getting in position. He wants a couple of free Lurkers. Scarlet's spawning by going for a counterattack, going to try and pull Showtime away. Oh, we're diving on the lurkers, though. We're going to be able to get every single one. 4 lurkers go down. Big pickoffs. Every single lurker here. Scarlet at the same time goes for a counterattack, but is bleeding out a lot. And here comes Showtime from behind. Big storm on those lurkers. Another one falls. We have the relation. We have vision. We force a cancel. Oh, and Scarlet, she's getting surrounded, and she's going to be losing everything here. We get some decent trades, but every single lurker is going to be going down. This is a brutal loss. Does trade with the army, but Scarlet, it's going to take a long time to replace all of that. Again, that was 22 lurkers, and we're down to how many? 1! 1 lurker left. Ay, ay, ay. Scarlet is in a lot of trouble. Now, these Ling counterattacks, they are going to force Showtime to stay back at home for now, but now we're getting into Sky Toss, triple carrier production. Scarlet's still focusing on rebuilding her Hydro Lurker army. That's 14 more lurkers on the way. Oh my god. 14 more lurkers on the way. And to be fair, these lurkers will hit first, before we hit critical massive carriers. It's only 3. It's going to take a while till we get up to 6. Lings on the front. Oh my, the storms! Massive storms. Oh my god, how many Lings was that? 85! 85 Lings in an instant. Oh god. Again, Scarlet just hasn't been trading well here. Losing the lurkers earlier, all those Lings. That is affecting her bank. Has rebuilt her lurker count though. Can we get this? Let's get the lurker. Almost. Spine Wall still up and running. Scarlet has been able to remax, this time with Vipers. Let's go. I believe 2 Vipers were made. Wait, what? Am I crazy? I saw them on the production tab. I think they were cancelled. Not investing into them yet. The carriers, they haven't revealed. Oh, okay, so basically, the Vipers were cancelled to make the Corruptors as soon as we saw the carriers. This is the first that Scarlet is seeing of them. And we are pushing. Do we have any Hydras? We don't. Every single Hydra was morphed into a lurker. There is no anti-air. The Corruptors are coming out. The Queens as well. And it looks like we will get a kill on this hatchery. Recall back home. Can we get a carrier? Oh, we can. 1 carrier. Not bad. But once again, massive stasis traps. And Showtime is going to be looking to collapse on these lurkers again. Not again. The Oracles are going to be focused down. We can see Scarlet. We can see Showtime getting ready for the surround. Does need a little bit more time going for a Zealot counterattack. Building up his carrier count. This base may fall. The Lings get into the mineral line. Late reaction here from Showtime. He will lose this base. 20 probes go down at the same time, though. Is going for a counterattack. But the lurkers from behind. Ooh, big stasis traps. We do catch some of those lurkers. Storms as well. Massive storms. Oh my god. And it looks like it's going to be a bit of a trade. Oh my, the Immortals are going down. They're trading with the lurkers. At the same time, Zealot counterattack is breaking through, getting into the mineral line. The lurkers will survive, but we take down 32 drones. And more. 38 workers go down. And even though Scarlet did kill this base, did kill this mineral line, Showtime killed 2. 2 mineral lines. Bottom left and top right. Scarlet trying to re-expand. Meanwhile, the carrier count is getting higher and higher. How many Corruptors? We have 11 Corruptors. That's okay. But against this kind of army, I do think that we are still lacking some anti-air. Vipers will help. We have 2 Vipers in production. Corruptors going for a big counterattack. They're going for the Nexus. We should force an overcharge. Can we get a kill? At the same time, Ling Lurker threatening the left-hand side. And this base is going to go down. Overcharge, not good enough. Good pickup. Very necessary pickup here from Scarlet. I was focusing a lot on Scarlet's economic position here and did lose a lot of workers, but Scarlet has been redroning. Heavily redroning, back up to 77. And Showtime has no economy. This was his last mining base. He's retaking center left, but he needs it desperately. He needs a base up and running. Showtime doesn't have a bank. Is maxed, but doesn't have much else behind it. I should emphasize, though, this maxed out army is pretty terrifying. It's, How many carriers? 9! We have almost as many carriers as there are corruptors, which is terrifying. The feedbacks! The Vipers get shut down. Big storm. Oh, massive storms on the Lings. The Lings, they melt once again. And GG gets called. It's just too much. The death ball is too strong. And Showtime will take the series 2-0, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very solid, very powerful performance here from Showtime. Oh my god. Very powerful performance here from Showtime. Very similar kind of outlooks on that. Very similar kind of outlooks there for Showtime, where he was kind of hoping to kind of like turtle up and head into that later game. Did get there in a different way here in game number 2. I do like that Showtime did mix it up by going for a more Blinkstalker heavy composition initially, then into the Immortals afterwards. I do think that Scarlet had a really strong start though. Very quickly joining up to 80, very quickly getting into Lurkers, but if you remember, with her first 22 Lurkers, which she did rush into, which I did praise her for, like it was really good that she was able to get into that army really quickly. She got caught out, and she was picked apart. She was picked apart left and right. If you remember, she got 8 Lurkers caught on the right-hand side, and she got the rest of her Lurkers caught out on the left. And 1 Lurker survived. In one attack, in like 2 fights that happened simultaneously, Scarlet lost 21 Lurkers. And that was just any kind of advantage that Scarlet initially had, any kind of tech advantage, like, was kind of gone and stripped away then and there. Like, that was a brutal moment. And a very necessary moment for Showtime, because he was kind of falling behind in tech, and you know, he was taken advantage of in a way. So it was a good start from Scarlet, but some unfortunate outcomes where things very quickly swung in favor of Showtime, and yeah, Scarlet just wasn't able to recover, or was struggling to recover from there. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations, Showtime will advance on. And we have our next series. We have some updates in the bracket. Gonna have to quickly refresh though. And it looks like I was looking forward to it. Diego Calazar did take down Lambo 2-0. I was favoring Calazar in that series, but I thought it would go to the ace match, personally. I thought it would go to the ace match. That's why I was also thinking of covering that series. But instead, it was a 2-0. Lambo gets knocked down. Scarlet as well. Lambo and Scarlet, they're going to be facing off in the lower bracket at the very bottom. Meanwhile, up next, Calazar versus Showtime in a qualifying match. Let's go. And I need a moment to get things ready, as it will be a best of 5. And because it's a qualifying match, predictions will be open. We will open up the predictions as soon as we can. Do I have a qualifying match? Just make sure I don't get left behind. Just making sure. Un momento here. We're just going to be getting those predictions ready, and I guess we have some other updates as well. So let's quickly go over everything. Okay, so I know I was hyper fixated on our matches just because I didn't want to get left behind, but here we go. Clem did 2-0 Strange. To be expected, Clem was coming in as a favorite there. Meanwhile, a laser took down Papi. Let's go. We're popping off. A laser, he 2-1 Gumiho, advancing on to face off against Clem. That's a big win for a laser. Very nicely done. I was concerned. I was very concerned for a laser's well-being there, but Gumiho was overcome. GG. GG by a laser. Scrolling down a little bit further, of course, Kellezer did 2-0 Lambo. Scrolling down a little bit further from there, we have Spirit 2-0ing Jeshi. I did believe it was going to be an uphill battle. I was cheering for Jeshi, but Spirit does take it. Advances on to face off against Hero Marine in a TVT, and in recent times, Spirit has been the favored player between the two of them. So I'm going to favor Spirit, but wish the best of luck to Hero Marine. Wish the best of luck to Big Gabe in that TVT. Meanwhile, as we scroll down a little bit further, we have Classic 2-0ing Skillus. Again, coming in as a favorite player. Likewise, Rainer 2-0ing Young Yakov. I was concerned for Rainer's life there in that ZVZ, but Rainer, he does look strong. He does advance on. And Rainer versus Classic, that is a spicy PvZ. That could go either direction. And apparently, Classic is up 1-0. He's up 1-0. He could 2-0 as well. I believe Rotterdam is covering that series. I know we're not casting it, but I highly recommend checking out that matchup because that could go either way. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes to the ace match. It's a best of 5. Best of 5, so plenty of games that to be had there. As we scroll down to the bottom of the bracket, we have our first eliminated player. Oh my god, Young Yakov goes down to Skillus. And you only have 2 chances. Young Yakov is going to be eliminated from the qualifier. Is the first player to be eliminated. As we also have Jeshi versus Bunny, Strange versus Gumiho, and Lambo versus Scarlet in a ZVZ. Aye. And as we catch up with the bracket, we are loading in. We are loading into game number 1, which means predictions in the chat are open. Best of luck. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. Best of 5 qualifying match. Place your bets on who you think is going to take it. Will we have our Brazilian Terran or our German Protoss? As game 1 is on Radisson Station. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player representing himself, as he is teamless, by the way, for those who are curious. He is teamless. It is Kellezer. Predictions open. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. It is showtime. Oh boy, and because we're in best of 5 territory, that means that many less vetoes. I'm excited. I'm very excited. We barely get to cast on Radisson Station. We got to see it earlier in the Hearthstone series, Hearthstone versus Maru in WTL, but that's because it's loser's pick. This is one of the first times in a long time where we're able to cover Radisson Station despite the vetoes. I'm ready for it. Again, Radisson Station is quite a quirky map here, and there's a lot to take in, to be honest. There's a lot to take advantage of as well. Showtime going for the low ground and gate expand. We do have these pocket bases, so we can take really fast thirds. We can also take a fast fourth. The fourth base is also heavily fortified here with these kind of choke points to get into them, so you can actually defend and establish yourself on 4 bases relatively easily. Likewise, there's no Reaper Cliff coming into the natural or the main base, just the ramp, and we should be walling off. So Kellezer going Marine first makes plenty of sense. Skipping Reapers is very much so the meta here on Radisson Station, and being as greedy as possible is also on the table. Now, we got a little bit spoiled. Earlier today, we casted Maru versus Hearthstone, and Maru rushed into triple BC production. He got a fast third, opened up Cyclone, then straight into a Fusion Core, straight into triple BC production. It was beautiful to see, and Maru had his way with Hearthstone. Hearthstone went Sky Toss, he went Tempest. Meanwhile, Maru had Sky Terran with Mass BC Viking, and Maru had his way with Hearthstone. But it was a really good game. It was a really fun series, just because we rarely get to see Mass BC or rushing into BC in this matchup. That could be on the table here, as Showtime is going for a proxy robo. Let's go. We do see Kelazur going for a Rax expand into a third CC, so Kelazur is being very greedy. Very greedy, very economic, borderline illegal if we weren't on Radisson Station, and Showtime is looking to punish. I love this. I love that Showtime is opening up with a proxy and aggression. This is something that's actually quite common on this map because it's so common to be greedy and cut corners. A lot of players try to punish that greed. Marines are in position. They do almost get the Adept. Quite a lot of damage is dealt. Behind this, we're getting to a 3 racks. Meanwhile, how are we going to commit to this proxy? We have a gateway, we have the Robo. Should be working towards a War Prism, or do we start up Immortal production? There it is, the Immortal's on the way. I'm here for it. Kelazur's in the dark, not fully aware what's going on. Not fully aware of what is happening. Adepts are moving out. And Kelazur is still just getting into his add-ons, should be working towards reactors, tech labs, stim, combat shields. Showtime is still building up, still hasn't been scouted. It takes a while to get into these Immortals. How many gateways are we on? We're still only on 2 gates. Soon to be 3. So 3 gateways, we have an Immortal, we're going to have a War Prism to reinforce here on the front lines. And Kelazur, he's going to have vanilla Marines to defend. Stim is still just now starting. I think Showtime may just end the game here and now. Again, no bunker, no stack defense, vanilla Marines. They're going to melt. Like, it's... And here comes the army. We do rock up and instantly. Marines are going to be going down. 2 of them fall. We have a handful left. The boys, they have to be pulled. Good force field. Just walling off those Marines. Gonna have to try to kite our heart out here. Showtime juggling that Immortal, keeping it alive. Additional Adepts have arrived. And I think we have another force field available. Oof. Let's do kite back, picking up even more SCVs. Bunker is on the way, but it looks like the Marine count is high enough. Again, quick reaction out of Kelazur, and it looks like he has held. We do have a second Immortal, a third Immortal in production. Oh my god. Third Immortal is on the way. But alas, the Marines, they try to fight through. They try to get on top of the army. But so many of them are going down. There's 2 left. There's 1. GG gets called. The bunker will not finish. And Showtime takes game number 1. GG. Again, just a really good way to kind of like an anti-Radisson Station build, where you know that your opponent's going to be cutting corners and being giga greedy. So you punish that greed by going all in. GG. Showtime even working against his reputation a little bit there. And able to get out of control. Very nicely done, as he does take a lead, and now we're going to be getting into game number 2. Number 2. As we get ready for that second game, it looks like we have a map of choice that's going to be on site Delta. And I don't think we have really gotten anything out of these players yet. Like, game 1 on Radisson Station very much so was like a build order loss in a way. We didn't really get to sink our teeth into like their macro, their micro, the back and forth. Now it's just a build order loss. It was pretty much. Kelazur being greedy, being punished for it. End of that first game. But now we're finding ourselves into game number 2. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have the Brazilian Terran player. Ooh. Again, currently teamless, currently down in the series, looking to fight back. It is Kelazur. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Germany, representing Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. Here we go. Oh, and now it's going to be Kelazur's turn. It's his turn to be aggressive, his turn to shine. Now, in saying that, there is only a single SCV. Only one SCV was sent out, so it's not going to be a proxy 2 racks or 3 racks or anything like that. only one racks here across the map. I'm pretty sure this SCV is going to be heading here towards the natural to throw down a bunker, and we're just going for a single Reaper, then a second behind it. So we're not all in by any means. We should be transitioning back at home. We are taking our gases. There's a world where maybe this is going to be something crazy like Proxy Marauder, but even then, I feel like we invest a little bit harder to this, so yeah, we'll see how Kelzer brings this all together. Showtime is going for a Gate Cyber into the expansion. There it is, Reapers on the way, SCV's coming in, and we should be looking for that bunker. The SCV does get eyes on the Nexus, is going to back up, does avoid that probe for at least a little bit longer. SCV comes in, but the probe is patrolling. Really good moves here out of Showtime again. The goal here was the SCV was waiting for the probe to go back into the main, and then we would have seen a bunker in the mineral line. Bunker is now thrown down, but the boys are here. The probes are in position. It looks like the positioning, though, is just a little bit too good, and it's going to finish. It was delayed, though. Bear that in mind. It was delayed. Reaper does arrive, going straight for the main base. Straight for the mineral line. Oh. You have to be careful. One probe goes down. Shield battery is on the way. We get a second probe. The Stalker trying to zone away that Reaper. We're going for the bunker, and it looks like we do get in. Bunker does finish. Oh my god. The juggling. The control. Diego. Here we go. He is repairing that. We have the bunker versus the shield battery. Oh. SCV taking an extra hit. Nice moves there from Showtime. Second Stalker has arrived, and now we can dive in a little bit harder. But the Marauder has arrived. We did go for a proxy tech lab. Concussive Shell is on the way. Marauder has arrived behind this. We have almost, we have it one base all in. It's a one base all in out of Kelzer. No CC. We go factory into Starport. Oh my god. Very committed here from our Terran player. Ooh, the Marauders, they take down one of the Stalkers. Impressive. Stalker goes down. Second shield battery's on the way. Reaper gonna try to soak some of those hits. It's gonna rotate around. Cyclone has arrived. Second Cyclone in production. And with that medevac, do we go for the Liberator? May as well. Nah, medevac is on the way. Soon to be additional Marauder production. This natural base is going to go down. We do focus down the SCV just barely. But we're pushing up into the main base. These Marauders, they look so tanky. Another Stalker goes down and another. And it looks like Kelzer, he has control of the main. The boys, they have to be pulled. We take control of the pylon. The Artosis pylon, no! The pylon! It does go down. Everything gets depowered. Not like this. A second pylon is on the way. GG gets called, and Kelzer snowballs out of control. He ties up the series 1-1. GG. That escalated very quickly. Oh my god. Halfway through, basically after the Marauder showed up, it sunk in like, hold up. I looked at the production tab. We had the factory on the way. We had a starport on the way. No CC. One base all in from Kelzer. And Showtime just was not ready for it. Didn't know what was coming his way across the map. Really good execution. Really good control from Kelzer. And yeah, with that, he does tie things up 1-1. But alas, this is still a best of 5. Still plenty of games are ahead of us. Just need to make sure that everyone gets in. And we are here to determine who takes the lead in this series. We have some other updates coming in, but still no one is qualified yet. Not yet. Everyone is still mid-series. And you can hear their beeps. Now we're going to be loading into game. Número 2. Sorry, 3. Number 3. And it's going to be on Golden Aura. Interesting. I'm really curious what the vetoes were, actually. Especially if Radford Station made it through. Very curious. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran, representing himself, tying up the series 1-1. It is Katowice. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss, representing Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. Here we go. Showtime setting up for his gate expand. Katowice this time going for a Rax first into, I imagine, a single gas geyser, a more economic opener on the horizon for Katowice, which would be a good way to play out the series. No, never mind, there's the second gas. Second gas geyser on the way. Should be going for a faster factory, a delayed CC once again from Katowice. Now this doesn't have to mean a one base all in, but it could be a one base all in, as we saw in the last game. Showtime dips into the main, and we'll get confirmation on the double gases as well as the delayed command center. So Showtime getting all the information he needs. He's going to be locked into the main base by this wall, by this depot. There's no way out. So that means even though Showtime is aware of the double gas, he will not know whether or not this is CC. It is going to be in the dark, as this Reaper will eventually shut this down. Factory's on the way, but really Showtime wants to know what happens after the factory. As we tase away at that SCV. Try to get damage done. Doing what we can, but the Reaper has arrived. Our probe is going to be shut down. And the Reaper can now move across the map. Back at home, do we have our tech of choice? We're going for the gate expand into the Cybercore. Standard opener here from Showtime. Yet to determine whether we go for a Twilight Council or a Stargate. And there it is, we have our answer, Stargate opener from Showtime. Meanwhile, Katowice is expanding, throwing down that CC on location. This time, not a one base all in. Reaper dips in, Adept is in position, gonna rotate around, heading towards the natural. We can see that Katowice, he's trying to outposition this Adept. Trying to find a way in. Oh. And it looks like we don't quite make it. We get eyes on the saturation. We do bypass the Adept for a moment. Oh, but we don't commit. We don't go into the main, and we still don't know what is coming up next. Whether it's Blink or Phoenixes, or even an Oracle. We still don't know. And there it is. Phoenix production has commenced for Showtime. Very safe way to play. The Reaper still still looking for a way in. Cyclone has arrived. Behind this, a second Cyclone. We have the Starport on the way. This, I imagine, is going to be for a medevac for Cyclone Harass. Cyclone Harass has been very meta in recent weeks. Again, the new Cyclone has found its place here in TVP. It's very solid here in the early game. Shuts down Oracle, shuts down Phoenixes, can kill workers quite quickly. We are just banking up that Phoenix count. But here comes that second Cyclone and the medevac. So we should be looking for a drop into the main. Here we go. Marines are on the way. Actually, we're going to be reinforcing this Cyclone instead. Bold move. We have to be careful though. Here come those Phoenixes. Ooh, and before the Marines arrive, the Cyclones, they're gonna be shut down. Big overextension by Katowice. One Cyclone falls, so does the second. And Katowice, these Marines, what can they do? What can they do now? Aye. They're gonna try and push them forward. They do focus on one of those Stalkers. But again, the goal here was to meet up with those Cyclones to push forward. And there was a lot of potential there. So much potential. The Marines were designed to protect the Cyclones, and the Cyclones would have dealt so much damage to the army. But Showtime shut it down very early on. And now he's in a damn good position. Third base gets thrown down immediately. Likewise, Katowice throws down his own third CC. It's crazy. Third base is on the way. Very greedy move here from Katowice. Very apt move from Showtime. After shutting down that army, he knows he can get away with this. And Kelzer, because he got shut down, he knows he needs to come back in some way. With a fast third, solid way to come back. Ooh. So, after the intense moment that we just had, things are going to be settling down. Things that will be settling. Stalker count building up. Phoenix is pushing out. We are staying on a low Phoenix count. Oh, no, never mind. 5. Okay, we just split them up. 5 Phoenixes in total. The Bay is on the way. Showtime and getting ready for a Phoenix Colossus. What he does best in TVP. A very robust style. Very solid. Not too fancy. Very Showtime. We're just going to be defending here on 3 bases. Building up that Colossus count. Meanwhile, Kelzer playing similarly. Because of the fast third TC, he's going to be looking to get into his 3-base economy. Is moving out with a double drop, which is a bold move. We'll see what he can get done. Medevacs are pushing. Phoenixes, they are going to be protecting the dive into the main. Kelzer has to be very careful where he commits, but the army's in position, and Kelzer won't find any damage, not here. Showtime gonna just chase him down. We do have a stim, but we can't really fight this, not head on. Kelzer just stims back home. Observer gets eyes on the timing of the third. So Showtime knows his opponent's being economic, which means he knows he's pretty safe at home. To tech up, Colossus production, Phoenixes, additional gateways on the way, +1. Colossus has arrived, and Kelzer can't really threaten this. And not with this army. Going for a Doom Drop instead. Okay. As Showtime is getting his 4th, we could deny the 4th, or maybe we could even go straight for the natural, but there's a cannon in position. Yeah, the base has been plotted. We do force a cancel on that Nexus. Not bad. Pretty good pickoff. Containing Showtime. Behind this, Widowmine production is commencing. Vikings as well. There's that Ghost Academy, 4 Ghosts. Kelzer attacking quite nicely. Observer does spot the rotation, and yeah, Showtime is in position. As a result, retaking his 4th. Kelzer scans ahead of time. Phoenix is coming in from the right-hand side. In case Kelzer were to try to go for a drop. He's just posturing. Once again spotted by the Observer. He scans! Does spot the Observer in the end. Behind this we have the Armory. Ghost production has commenced. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a 4th CC soon. For now, Kelzer focusing on his army. Oh, does run into the Colossus, and a big chunk of army goes down. Marauders and Marines. Oof. Kelzer, he has to back off, he has to retreat, he gives up map control, and now Showtime, he can push. And what do we have to work with? We have 3 Colossi, an Immortal, plenty of Phoenixes, extended thermal lance. And Kelzer's in trouble. Good EMP! Good EMP on the Archons and the Phoenixes. Colossi trying to push forward. We wedge ourselves in between the natural and the third. The boys, they have to be pulled. A lot of these Phoenixes are going to be going down, but the SCVs, they just get annihilated. The Colossi, they stand strong, mowing through the army. That's 22 dead workers. GG gets called, and Showtime will take game number 3, taking a 2-1 lead in this series. GG. Ooh. Again, Kelzer did kind of have a bit of a rough start. Clearly, Kelzer wanted to be aggressive. He wanted to be as assertive as possible, but he did lose a little momentum early on, and Showtime was able to claim that. Again, snowballing out of control with Phoenix Colossus. Once he hit critical mass, 3 Colossi. And once he caught a bit of the army as well, he was able to push out. And Kelzer could not stop him. And now we find ourselves on match point. Showtime needs one more win here to qualify, to earn himself a plane ticket to IEM Katowice. Meanwhile, Kelzer has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Here we go. Meanwhile, it sounds like matches are getting underway. Oh. Here we go. I was a little bit afraid that we were going to miss the lobby. But it looks like we have a couple of other updates here. Players are starting to get eliminated. Lambo did 2-0 Scarlet. My condolences to Scarlet, as she does get knocked out here in the European Closed Qualifier. But if you're a fan of Scarlet, do not fret. If you're a fan of any of these players that are being eliminated, don't worry, because they will be having another chance in the Americas server qualifier. They got you. So yeah, the Americas server qualifier is gonna be tomorrow. So Scarlet has another chance. Likewise, so does Jeshi and Young Yakov as well, as all 3 of them have been eliminated. And players are starting to qualify. And we can get into detail after this series. Whether it's after this game or the next, we'll get there. Meanwhile, our next map is going to be Oceanborn. We are going under the sea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Brazilian Terran player representing himself. He's teamless. He's deserving to be on a team. Hopefully, someone can pick him up, especially if he does qualify and make it to Poland. It is Kelzer. Looking to tie it up, looking to force that ace match. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. He needs one more, uno más, to qualify for IEM Katowice 2024. It is showtime. Here we go. Oh, I see some of the Brazilian fans in the chat. As interesting movement here, Kelzer going the long way around. He's looking to go for an eBay block. Did go the long way around here, avoiding the main path of this probe. SV has arrived and the eBay is thrown down. Showtime is quick to respond though, and we do pull some boys. Showtime doesn't want to be forced to take the unnatural natural, and he will shut down this SCV. And the eBay will not finish. And Showtime will eventually be able to take this expansion. So essentially, if Showtime did not check his natural base when he did, this engineering bay would have not finished, but gotten enough progression to force another Nexus to be taken, and then Kelzer would have gone for a faster factory, as we are seeing, second gas geyser into Hellions and Cyclones, and just pulled Showtime apart, as Showtime would have struggled to defend his unnatural natural at his main base. Kelzer was hoping to pull that off, but alas, he is denied. And Showtime is able to take his expansion. Now, Kelzer is still, I think, going for the add-on swap. We do have the reactor on the racks, and I think we're going to be going for the add-on swap here for some Hellions. Again, still only a single gas geyser. And we'll see how Kelzer does kind of ease his way into it. There we go. CC on the high ground. There's the add-on swap. The reactor on the factory. We do see Showtime looking for proxies. Not unheard of to go for a proxy factory or proxy starport from that position. So Showtime is just securing himself, making sure everything is as it should be. And I was curious if we were going to have enough gas for it. We do. We're not going to be reacting out Hellions. It's going to be Cyclones. Let's go. Let us go as Showtime as well, going for his own opener here, is mixing it up and is going to be going for a Twilight Council. Okay, no Phoenixes, not this time. Twilight Council opener, most likely for Blink, second gateway is thrown down. I'm thinking a 2-gate opener into a third, just because it's economic and that feels very Showtime, but he could opt to double down and be aggressive instead with additional gateways. 3-gate Blink, 4-gate Blink, they are options, they are viable. As the Cyclones, they have arrived. Going to be threatening that natural. Stalkers are in position, but we do have a second shield battery on the way. And shield batteries are done in time. As long as Showtime doesn't overextend, he should be able to hold on. Kelliser back at home. Ooh, going into a very fast tank. Very aggressive opener here. Is expanding, don't get me wrong, but is very much so looking to be in the face of Showtime. Meanwhile, that is a third gateway. Third gateway on the way for Showtime, so it's going to be a 3-gate opener into a third base. With three gateways, it's a very safe way to open up. You do have an abundance of Stalkers. You can vie for map control. You can even counterattack as well, but you're not too committed, and again, you're still looking to and hoping to take a third. And there it is. Pylons are on the way. And the third base shouldn't be delayed for too much longer. Meanwhile, Kelliser is just building up his tank count. This almost looks like a 2-base all-in from Kelliser. Obviously, we're not pushing yet, but he's going to be building up his tank count, his marine count as well. We have our 3-1-1 setup. Just really early tank production, and with this eventual push, we could even try to pull the boys. We're already going, actually. Oh my god. I thought we were going to wait for like an extra wave of tanks, but no, we're already pushing. Tanks are sieging, hoping to catch some of these Stalkers. Ooh, and they are revealed. Massive shot goes off. Showtime doesn't lose anything, but he does have to retreat. Here we go. Kelliser is pushing. Showtime does what him good for. Oh my god, the force field! Cutting the army in half, shutting down a Cyclone. At the same time, though, probes are going down. Liberator putting in a lot of work. 5 worker kills for 1 lib. Very worthwhile. As Kelliser is being quite ambitious with this army. Blink is done. We focus on one of the tanks. We're going to be able to get a second tank as well. And this is a big loss of army here for Kelliser, losing 2 tanks. And he doesn't have much left at home to defend. That felt like a big mistake from Kelliser. I don't think that was intentional. We even saw like a bit of a hold position move there from Kelliser as well. There is 1 tank left. We do force back the army. But here comes the Immortal. We could even try to be fancy and like throw down like a hallucination and tank the tank shots and try to break through. And 1 tank and a handful of units are left. Showtime going for the army. Yeah, the boys, they have to be pulled. Kelliser, he knows how vulnerable he is. The tank goes down. Across the map, SCVs are falling. Sorry, probes are falling. Oh, at the third base, Liberator putting in a lot of work. But Kelliser, he's fighting for his life right now. He's trying to hold on, trying to survive. Liberator gets shut down. 4th base is on the way. Showtime is not all in. He doesn't have to push in, doesn't have to try to kill his opponent. He may as well, as here come reinforcements. Showtime just going to be saturating his third. What do we have to defend with? We have no bunker, no tank, no factory production. We have a couple of Widow Mines on the way. With enough Stalkers, we could try to have our way with this army. Stim isn't done yet, but it finishes up just in time for this fight. 1 Marauder goes down, 2, 3 of them get picked off. The boys have to be pulled once again. The Immortal tanking some of those shots, but it will be focused down. Good target firing, good blinks here from Showtime. And he's snowballing out of control. There's barely an army left. God, the blinks. Really good blink control. We're down to 1 Marauder. Good juggling. Barely keeping it alive. Oh my god. And if it wasn't for that Immortal, then we may have just died then and there. it looks like we still have too much anyway. As Kaiser, he's barely holding on by the skin of these Marauders. GG gets called. This just too much. Showtime snowballs out of control, and Showtime will be qualifying for IM Katowice 2024. GG. GG, well played. That was an unfortunate start for Kaiser. For Kaiser to lose those 2 tanks when he did, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. That was game then and there, and Showtime knew it. That's why he was asserting himself. He wasn't even all in. Again, he was expanding behind it, was probing, was working on the rest of his upgrades, was teching up, and it was just too much to overcome. GG, well played. And Showtime will qualify. Kaiser gets knocked down to the lower brackets where he has his next opponent. Ready and waiting? I am uncertain. I think he does. I do believe he has his next opponent, and we will be following him. And we have some updates as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket. Showtime was not the first to qualify, as we have some other results. Hero Marine 3-0'd Spirit getting his revenge. Historically, this year, Hero Marine has been struggling against Spirit, but here, a dominant performance, a 3-0. Congratulations, Hero Marine also qualifies for IEM, and so does Raynor, as Raynor may have lost game 1 against Classic, but he does clean it up 3-1 versus the Korean Protoss. Now, Kaiser, Spirit, and Classic, they're all knocked down to the lower brackets. Likewise, we have some other eliminated players. Scarlet got 2-0'd by Lambo. We have Young Yakov 2-0'd by Skillus, and Jeshi also got knocked out by Bunny as well. Looks like Strange vs Gumiho in the ace match, actually. Oh my god. They are in the ace match. They are in that third game. Sorry, just going to be switching over to the ESL bracket just to get a better read on what is happening. And it looks like it is going to be Kaiser versus Bunny in a TVT. There it is. Spirit versus Lambo currently ongoing. And we may as well follow Kaiser into that TVT, I guess. Yeah, that would make sense. Just trying to figure out what server we're going to be on. Trying to figure that out. So it looks like they have a choice to make. Kaiser, if he wants to, they can play on NA or they can play on EU. I think it's up to Kaiser. It is up to Kaiser to determine where he wants to play. And yeah, basically we have the first round wrapping up. I believe Alasia versus Clem is still ongoing. We can try to deviate, I guess, if we want to. Like, obviously Kaiser versus Bunny is available to us. We could try to jump in mid-series into Spirit versus Lambo, or try to jump into another series as well, but it is a little bit risky just because we could miss games and we could have a little bit of extra downtime. So I'm always a little bit concerned if that does occur. So for now, tentatively, we're going to be following Kaiser into a series against Bunny. Tentatively, that is where we want to go. For now, though, while we figure that out, we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break here. When we return, we will have our next series, either the TVT or maybe something else. We'll see. See you soon. Enjoy yourselves. Take this moment to hydrate, stretch your urges, massage your Marines, and we'll see you soon after this break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST, because we have returned with our lower bracket match. This is not yet a qualifying match. Our players here have a second chance, a second life, if you will. Katowice was knocked down earlier by Showtime, but he has a chance at redemption in this TBT. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our orange Brazilian player. It is Katowice. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. Here we go. Bunny, of course, went down to Hero Marine earlier in the brackets, and yeah, is looking to redeem himself as well. Looking at another chance. We do have Katowice coming in with an SCV, looking to go for a bit of a proxy. Okay, interesting choice. We have one Rax back at home and one Rax across map. A pseudo 2 Rax opener here from Katowice. Not the most committed, but aggressive nonetheless. First Reaper is going to be getting across the map, and the second Reaper is going to be coming in as a bit of a surprise in the face of Bunny. We'll see if Katowice can get a kill. If he's able to kill one Reaper, things can escalate very quickly out of control. So the pressure is going to be on Bunny to realize what's going on, to react, to preserve his units, and to defend. For now, it's an economic opener. Single gas opener out of Bunny. It is going to be a Rax expand. Katowice, of course, more aggressive here. With a double gas opener, it's going to be not just double Rax, but we could go for the factory before the CC. So very aggressive here from our orange Terran player. It's a little bit weird to see, we don't really get to see many orange players. We pink and purple a lot. We see a lot of pink and purple. Yellow as well. But not so much orange. I appreciate it, but at the same time, orange and red is it's fine. It's fine. But here we go. The Reapers are arriving. There's that factory we were talking about. So again, a very delayed expansion here from Katowice. Second Reaper has arrived. We have that SCV as well. We're going straight for the Reaper. Bunny, would you shoot first? Ooh, and this Reaper is gonna be hunted down. Can we escape? We can. Up. Can we? Up! We cannot. It does get focused down. And just like that, the CC on the low ground is going to be delayed. Cyclone is in production, reactors on the way, but we have nothing to defend. We can focus on even more SCVs, and we're snowballing out of control. Bunker on the way on the high ground, and this may just be too much. This may just be too much as the third Reaper has arrived. And Kelzer is snowballing out of control. There's one Cyclone in production, but that bunker, if it finishes, that could just be it. As we camp the CC, we camp the mineral line. We're gonna surround. The bunker will not finish. The Cyclone, no! No! It goes down. GG gets called, and Kelzer takes game number 1. We're gonna have a fast series. GG. Ay. GG, Papi. Oh my god, that Cyclone, that so a lot just happened. A lot did just happen. One, that Cyclone was gonna be the saving grace for Bunny and for Bunny to shut down that bunker. That was huge. That was a big moment. He shut down the bunker, which means that there was no kind of safe haven for those Reapers. But we mentioned at the time, if Bunny were to lose his first Reaper, things would snowball very quickly out of control, and they did. Things escalated, and Kelzer was able to take the win there. Was able to just take the win out from underneath Bunny. And just like that, Kelzer, he's 1 game away from advancing onto a qualifying match. Uno más. We get into game number 2. And again, TVT, things can end very quickly here, especially in the early game. Ay. We'll see. We'll see if we can fight back. We'll see if we get an ace match. So loading into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of site Delta, we have... Oh, as we are making sure that the server is correct. Okay, there we go. We have the Brazilian Terran, the orange Terran. It is Kelzer. I believe,
Game paused.
So this game is on Central, but I'm actually not sure. Was the last game on Central? Yeah, okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. As in the top left hand corner we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Mystery Gaming, looking to fight back. It is Bunny. Yes, they are alternating between West, Central, and West. Just clearing up, making sure that there's no misconceptions. And that's a little bit brutal, because that means that last game, Bunny had better ping. This game, he doesn't. This game, he is a little bit worse for wear. Oh boy, as we are on the Central server. So he can't quite rely on early game control as he otherwise would. It is going to be a double gas opener here out of Bunny. So Bunny's going to be the aggressor, going to be going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, Kelzer going for a Rax expand. Single gas here is going to be going for a faster CC. Whether on the low ground or the high ground, still yet to be determined. But economic opener here from our orange Terran. Oh boy, here we go. So it is. CC is on the way. Bunny is aware. And he's going to be as annoying as possible here. Trying to focus down that SCV. Getting very low, actually. And just being a nuisance. But Kelzer, he's getting into his economic opener. My eyes are on Bunny, though, when it comes to how he does react, how he does respond. And whether or not he delays his CC even further. I so badly want Bunny to make it through. I do as well. I'm a big Bunny fan. I mention this all the time, but I've been a big Bunny fan ever since he was on CJ. I was a big CJ Entus fan back in the Pro League days. Would always cheer for them. Was that a hipster thing to do? I don't think so. Like, obviously, like the big teams in Pro League were KT and SKT. But I was a big fan of like CJ and Samsung respectively. Jin-Air a little bit less so. Like, I like Jin-Air, don't get me wrong, but bigger fans of CJ and Samsung. Till then, though, we do have our 2 Reapers going to be threatening a dive into the main base. They do take some hits, and it looks like, oh, can we break through? We trade 1 for 1. 1 Reaper barely does make it in, but the stutter stepping here from Kalizer. Oh my god. 1 shot away. One of us. The SCVs, do we come in? He's going for it. No. He's going for the hit. Oh, and it looks like the Reaper will be shut down, and no SCVs fall. Good defense here from Kalizer. At the same time, though, a Hellion does make it into the mineral line. But alas, doesn't get any SCV kills. Kills the Marine. Does roast him up, but no SCVs. Oh. As Kalizer will maintain control of the low ground across the map. Bunny getting or working towards a Cyclone drop even. Against Cyclones, they have likewise found their place in the early game of TVT. Cyclone heavy compositions are very much so a thing here in Terran versus Terran. And Bunny is going to be reactoring them out. Going straight for a third, actually. Very greedy here. A very fast third base from Bunny. This is his way to come back in this game. He is behind in the economy. He's down in the worker count. And this third will make up for that. And here comes that Cyclone drop. We've got 2 Cyclones here in the drop. In the medevac, we have additional Cyclones on the way. So we're going for the drop into the main. Kalizer at the same time moves out. He's exposed. Nothing here at home to defend. SCVs will go down. Kalizer does not turn back around, by the way. He's committed. Uh-oh. He just evacuates his natural base. He doesn't care. Not anymore. And he's boosting across the map. We do have Cyclones back at him to defend. 2 Cyclones. Is that going to be enough? It comes down to the control. And we'll most likely have to pull some of the boys. And there we go. The boys are being pulled. SCVs will go down. The control, the juggling. So far, we do save those Cyclones. We do get the lockout as well. There's the auto turret. And it looks like we will clean this up. Just barely. Trading 12 for 12. But the Cyclones, they're still in the main. They're still getting damage done. And it looks like Bunny may just have too much here. These Cyclones are still very healthy. The tank not in position. The SCVs are falling far too many. 18, 19 SCVs. And the medevac should escape. A bold move for Kalizer to go across the map, but alas, Bunny was ready for it. Cyclones, they get into the main base. We're not done. We're not done killing SCVs. Finally, a Cyclone gets picked off. But Bunny, he doesn't just have a higher worker count. Remember, he has the third base as well. He has a third CC ready to be landed on location. Kalizer down a base, down in workers, down in army. Not even in army supply, but he's looking for the medevac. No! Oh, wait, no. That's... For some reason, that looked orange in my mind. Am I crazy? Does that look orange? I was like, Kalizer is moving out. No, we're good, we're good. Bunny is going to go back to repair. Cyclone's fanning out to catch any kind of move out. And Kalizer is stuck at home. He's stuck at home to defend. We do have a solid tank line, but outside of that, there's no pushing power here. As I say that, we're going. We have to. What else can we do? Have we seen the third base? We have. Kalizer, he knows how far behind he is. He's throwing down his third CC now. In the main. Tanks are leapfrogging forward. Oh! The damage on that Raven. Ooh. So another Cyclone gets picked off, and here we go. Kalizer pushing right through the center here. Has plenty of potential with these auto turrets, with these Ravens. It's all or nothing here for Kalizer. He is expanding behind it, but is being slowed down. Cyclone does get picked off. Tank's getting within range. And we're going to be able to pick off the bunker at least. Good position here for Kalizer. Meanwhile, the third base is getting up and running. The Ravens are getting ready to come in from behind. Again, we still have plenty of disables for both players. Kells are within range of the CC. Another tank pushing forward. And at some point, Bunny, he's going to have to pull the trigger. Ravens, they have been spotted. Could be rotating around. The boys are being pulled. And here we go. We go for the breakouts. We disable every single tank, and there's almost nothing left here to defend. Auto targets are thrown down. And the tank count is going to be reset. Bunny, he breaks free. He breaks free from the container. He shuts down the army. He only loses 3 SCVs. That's crazy. Pull the boys. Only 3 workers went down. And from here, Bunny, he can counterattack. He can do whatever he wants at this point. He's ahead economically. He has the larger army at this point. Looking at the units tab, he... actually, Kellozer was able to maintain some of his Ravens at least. Some of the Ravens did escape. But here we go. We have the drop into the main. There is a decent tank line here covering the natural, but the main base is looking exposed. Tars are finishing up. Army's pushing out. And we can go straight for the production. And we will. We go straight for the mineral line even. Tank is going to be sieging up, boys. They're being pulled here into the Marines. Not like this. Not interested in Marines, and that's 20 dead SCVs in an instant. At the same time, Bunny pushing towards the natural, pulling Kellozer apart. A bit of a preemptive disable on the tank, a little bit unnecessary. But Kellozer, he just cannot keep up. We may even kill the CC. No! The base! It's gonna go down. There's the disable on another tank. And Kellozer's just bleeding out far too much here. Even forcing some friendly fire. The tank goes down. And GG is going to get called. The Bunny takes game number 2, tying it up 1-1. We're going to the ace match. All the way. GG. We are going to game number 3. This could still go either way. Could still go either direction. Again, things got very chaotic in that last game when Bunny went for the drop into the natural and Kellozer committed across the map, and from that moment, Bunny took a massive economic lead. On top of that, he had the faster 3rd CC, and yeah, he was looking comfortable. Kellozer less so. Jin were all cheesy players. SOS Maru Rogue. Yeah, in a way, true. The highlight players on Jin for me were I love Terminator. Terminator was the MVP. He was the team captain. You know, he was the glue that held everyone together. As well. We're gonna be remaking the lobby. I was having a really hard time stopping myself from reminiscing about the old days. I saw the comments. I don't remember Samsung having a very memorable lineup. They had Solar as the ace. Solar, of course, was the ace player. If I'm not mistaken, they had Journey. Was Journey on Samsung? They had Bravo for a time before I think Bravo eventually went to SKT. Or was it KT? He went to one of the KTs afterwards. But they had Bravo for a time. Who else am I thinking of? Yonghua? Am I thinking of Yonghua? In my brain, Journey and Yonghua are interchangeable. They're interchangeable. And, God, who else am I thinking? Stork, of course! How could I forget? I was like, I'm thinking of another star player. Like, it wasn't just Solar. There was another star player. Stork, of course, Papi, of course. Ay. So we're going to be getting into our next game. How could I forget, Papi? The one, the only. Oh, and Armani. Oh, Armani. Oh my God. I feel so like I was a massive Armani fan. Massive fan of Armani. How could I forget that he was also on Samsung? Of course. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, into the ace match here, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Orange Terran, tying up this, or being forced into the ace match. It is Kellozer. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. I actually feel bad about forgetting about Armani. Like, we still cast him, like, in current StarCraft. Ay. But here we go. Here we go. The good old days. Time's gone by. Time's gone by. But here we go. We're now getting into the ace match here. And yeah, I'm really curious to see how this does progress. My eyes are really on Kelazur. Once again, double gas opener. Okay, so what's interesting, both players this time. Double gas openers all around. So far this series, the player that has gone for a Rax expand has lost. Bunny went for a Rax expand in game 1, did lose. Kelazur went for a Rax expand in game 2, also did end up faltering. So both players are opting to go for something a little bit more aggressive here, more assertive. We do have an interesting opener here. A reactor first out of Kelazur is going to be spotted by the SCV. Meanwhile, Bunny going for a Reaper first instead. Now, upon seeing this reactor, Bunny should be conservative with this Reaper. The reason why is because we're going to have a higher Reaper count from Kelazur, and he will be able to overwhelm the singular Reaper of Bunny, so he has to be careful with his movement here. Does have to take care. Factories are on the way behind this. Bunny is going to be pushing. Oh, my apologies. We are not committing into gas production here. We're going double Marine, not double Reaper. My mistake. Okay. We have the CC on the high ground. Meanwhile, Bunny looking to go for the CC on the low ground instead. So a bit of a more greedy opener here from Bunny. Dips in with that Reaper, dips the hell out. Just being very careful with it. As we are pulling back into gas, getting to our Cyclone production. And we're kind of bouncing off each other in a way. Interesting. Okay, so Kelazur, he's going for his Cyclone for map control. Bunny delayed his for a faster starport instead. Reapers, they div in. Oh! Ooh. Kill on that building SCV. Not a bad pickoff. Very nice. Bunny does escape. And again, he delays the CC. He's got his own on location, so he'll have a slightly better economy already. As we go for an add-on swap. Interesting. You have my attention. I'm ready for you. As Bunny is going to be able to get his base up and running. Both players getting into their medevacs. Looking to go into Cyclone drops, I imagine. We saw both players go for Cyclone drops in the last game. It looks like we're headed in the same direction. Here we go. I'm on it, yeah. Catching up. As here comes the drop play here. Bunny going for the Cyclone drop. Kelazur actually keeping his Cyclones back at home. Interesting variation as the Marines have been spotted. The drop has been seen. And Bunny, he does pull back. Immediately, he does pull back here to deal with the drop play of Kelazur. Very mature decision. Instead of committing to his push. Is going to be turning back around. Here we go. Kelazur pivoting back here. Trying to find a way in. He's denied by Bunny. So far, good movement out of our Red Terran. Both players working towards Interference Matrix, working towards their Ravens. Bunny once again going for a very fast third CC, just like game number 2. Meanwhile, the drops they have, well, they're going to be engaging. Cyclones coming in from the right-hand side. It looks like Kelazur, he does catch out the Cyclones of his opponents. We do end up trading Cyclones for Cyclones. But the Marines are going to keep on pushing. And do we have much else here for Bunny? The Marines, they're getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. Pushing into the mineral line. Ay. Bunny is still waiting for reinforcements. And a lot of SCVs are going down. Even the Cyclone. The Raven. Oh my god. The Raven's under fire. We just go for SCVs. We go for secure damage. Even another auto turret as well. And that's going to be 11 SCVs. Oh, can we get another? Barely cannot. Kelzer coming back in. He gets the Raven. Picks off a Raven. Is... Oh, not going to lose his own, though. Barely does keep it alive. As eventually he will be cleaned up. He is going to be forced back. Oh, up. Oh, my God. Get out of here. Kelzer is crazy. He's just rallying everything across the map. Getting into his own third CC is later than that of Bunny's. Bunny's is already in orbital, but that was very necessary damage. Again, Bunny would have taken a massive economic lead if it wasn't for the worker losses that we just saw. Kelzer evening things up, even getting ahead. As he will be having a much slower third. And Kelzer will be backing off. He does retreat. He's up 5 workers. Bunny going for his own drop towards the main. We are easing into our bio play. Both players. eBay's on the way. Marines. Stim. Kelzer taking a moment to breathe. Looking at the units lost tab here. Yeah, we did end up losing one of those Ravens. Down to 2. The Cyclones do see the move out. And that is a green light for the drop of Bunny. Going straight into the main base. Kelzer, he's committed. There's no turning back around. SCVs are falling. And Kelzer, we gotta go. It's going to be 6, 7, 8 SCVs. Oh my god. This is becoming a bit much. 10 worker kills. But Kelzer does have those disables. He can break in. The Unsiege just in time. Clutch move there from Bunny. He does save the tank. But he has to pull the boys. And is it going to be enough? Does disable the 2 tanks of Kelzer. Where are the auto turrets? We don't have any. And it looks like Bunny, he's going to be able to shut this down, but he loses 21 SCVs. Oh my god. These Marines, they went ham. Crippling the economy here of Bunny. 21 worker kills. Behind this, Kelzer getting his own base on location. Getting his own CC up and running. Vikings have arrived. A bit of an overextension here from Kelzer. Trading 1 for 1 and taking a lot of damage by that Cyclone as well. And Kelzer, he has a nice lead, but he has to be careful not to lose it. Yes, he's going to retreat. He's going to back off, repair. Hellion has arrived. Does get eyes on the third base, and now the pressure is on Bunny. Still just rebuilding his tank count, rebuilding his bio count. What does Bunny have going his way? He's slightly behind in the upgrades. Did have that faster third CC, but alas, hasn't really been... I mean, it's keeping him in this, maybe I should say. But isn't giving him the edge that he would have wanted. And once again, Kelzer, he preserved every single one of those Ravens. Keeps them alive. Has them ready for that next fight. Now, in TVT, there is potential for comebacks when it comes to drop play. And here we go. We have a double drop here towards the south. It's all about the positional play. You could be down 20, 30, 40 army supply, but still win a fight based on your tank positioning. The downside here is that even though that rings true, because of the Raven advantage of Kelzer, even if he gets caught out of position, the Ravens will save him. They will help him. So that's something more that Bunny has to overcome. It's not going to be easy. You have Kelzer going for his own drop play, a triple drop on the right-hand side. Bunny is looking to establish his third. He's going to be spreading himself a little bit thin. Scan does reveal the tanks. Kelzer's working on a 4th base. And instead of sieging up his tanks, he's going to be moving out. This is going to get a little bit weird. We have Bunny moving out with 4 medevacs full of units. We could end up in a base trade if Kelzer doesn't turn back around. He doesn't have much of him to defend. Marines, they have arrived at Kelzer. He has to make a choice. Do we push? Do we push? The Marines, they dive into the natural base. The CC is going to go down, and we are pushing. We have some reinforcements, but alas, these Marines are going to get out of control. We also have the double drop going into the main. But this is a supply that is not at home to defend. Big disables on these tanks. Big anti-armor missile as well. And Kelzer, he takes control of the low ground. He shuts down the 30, kills 3 tanks. Big anti-armor missile here on the army. Meanwhile, double drop into the main. 26 SCVs have gone down. We do have reinforcements. It looks like Kelzer is going to be able to hold eventually. On the front line, still not pushing. 40 SCVs have fallen. Kelzer down to 26 workers, down to 1 base saturation. And the drop does survive. And we can see here Kelzer trying to push up this ramp. But the counter disables. He does have the higher Marine count, but we have the high ground. We have 4 tanks on the high ground. Bunny will not be broken. He holds. He may have lost his 3rd base, but he's holding on 2. And the final tank is going to go down. Kelzer being forced back. He still has the higher army supply. We're lifting the main. Triple jump into the main base. We get eyes on the CC. 1 medevac is going to go down. The tank does siege, forcing back the army further into the main base. Getting some SCV kills. But this is going to get cleaned up. There's just too many reinforcements. Meanwhile, Kelzer going for the 3rd base. Tanks are out of position. They're unsieged. Do get into the mineral line. We can go straight for the base itself. And it will go down. And this is getting a little bit rowdy. Bunny, he's knocked down to 1 mining base. Meanwhile, Kelzer, he's got 3. One of them's on fire, but we're still mining. From here, Kelzer has to back off. He doesn't have to push in. Okay, calm down. Calm down, Pop. Marines, they try to come in from behind. Bunny, it's his turn to go all in. The tanks are sieged. No, Bunny! He gets caught out. 1 Raven, 1 tank goes down, and we clean up the tank count here of Bunny. Ooh, and it looks like that's going to be it. GG gets called in the midst of all the chaos. Kelzer, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very chaotic ace match. Both players were hurting. We had drops, we had pushes all across the map. Bunny did well with his drop play, don't get me wrong. He killed a lot of SCVs, but he could not defend back at home. He lost control of his 3rd base. He lost control of his main as well. He was forced all in. He was caught out, and GG. GG, well played. My condolences to Bunny and Bunny fans. He still has another chance. He can still participate in the Americas qualifiers. But he will be knocked out of the European qualifiers here in the closed qualifier. GG. And with that, we need to hop servers. We need to catch up on what's been going on. Kelzer makes it through, and Kelzer, he's waiting for the winner of a laser and Skillis. And let's see if we can catch them. Let's see if we can catch them, as it looks like they are mid-series here, which means we can take a moment to go over the bracket. Sorry, I didn't want to get left behind, so I had to quickly hop servers and catch up on things. But here we go. From the top, we have our first 4 qualified players. Clem did 3-0 a laser, so we have Clem, Showtime, Hero Marine, and Rainer, some of the best that Europe has to offer. Makes sense. Does make sense here for these 4 players to make it through. Some of the best of their respective races. They do qualify for IM Katowice to join Cyril. Cyril is seeded, so these players will be joining him. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Kelzer, of course, advancing on to a qualifying match. He's going to be facing off against the winner of a laser and Skillis. Meanwhile, we have Strange being eliminated by Gumiho. Strange mid-series against Classic in the TVP. Spirit has eliminated Lambo and advances on to another qualifying match as well. GG. So we are starting to lose players. Players are being knocked out one after the other. But we still have a couple of qualifying matches left. And our goal here, just to let you know, as apparently Skills is up 1-0. Apparently, Skills is up 1-0 against a laser. Who are they being casted by? Can I try to figure that out? Let's have a look. Roddy, Wardy, Zombie Grub, Steadfast. Roddy's BRB. Wardy's offline? What? Zombie Grub is it? No, we just missed them. No shot. Ah, smooch. We just missed game 2, apparently. But yeah, Skills is up 1-0 against a laser. I believe that's being covered by Zombie Grub over on her channel. Not too sure why Wardy is offline. It's kind of weird. And Steadfast is covering Gumiho versus Classic. Okay. There we go. We have our answers. So our goal here is to wait for Skillless versus a laser to wrap up, to finish up their game, and we can either jump in mid-series or we'll cast the winner of that series up against Kalizer in the next qualifying match. Here we go. And from here, we are going to be going on a short break. Waiting for our next series to open up. So, yeah, take this moment, everyone, to hydrate Hydra, Citroaches, massage your Marines. When we return, we will either have Kalizer versus the winner of a laser and Skillless, which would be Skillless in that scenario. So, either Kalizer versus Skillless, or Game 3 of a laser versus Skillless instead. That is what we will be looking for. This game is crazy. It was crazy. And with that, again, we are going to be going on a break, so we'll see you guys soon with hopefully our next series. Enjoy yourselves. Take this moment to get some water, get some food, take a break. Gonna take a bio break, and we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with our next series. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, but we have our next matchup. We have our final qualifying match here. Oh, sorry, our second last qualifying match of the qualifier. Here we go. Welcome back to Katowice 2024, the European server closed qualifier. We're about to begin here with Katowice versus Skillous. Skillous did 2-0. A laser did eliminate him from the tournament. And now we have 4 players left. We have Katowice, Skillous, Classic, and Spirit. 4 players remaining, and 3 of them will earn tickets to Katowice. 1 will not. Oh boy. And who is that one gonna be? We're here to find out. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Radisson Station, we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Predictions of them. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brazilian Terran representing himself. He's currently teamless, was once on Team Liquid, no longer. It is Katowice. And again, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. You can place your bets on how you think this best of 5 qualifying match will unfold. As a reminder, the winner of this series gets a plane ticket to Katowice. The loser will be knocked down to another qualifying match. There's one more qualifying match here after this, and both Skillous, Katowice, as well as Spirit and Classic, they have another chance here. The losers of those series, they have another chance to qualify for IEM. And here we go. Game 1 is going to be on Radisson Station. We do have a gate expand here from Skillous. Likewise, a Rax expand out of Katowice. Game 1 on Radisson Station. You know things are about to pop up. Things are about to get rowdy, Poppy. As we did see something similar earlier today, we saw Katowice versus Showtime, and Katowice, he went for a Rax expand into a 3rd CC. Meanwhile, Showtime went for a 2-base all-in, went for a proxy robo, and was able to kill Katowice before Katowice could really muster up anything. He had a handful of Marines, he went for a 3-Rax follow-up, and he got completely punished, he got completely shut down. This time though, Skillous going for a much more standard opener, and the game here on Radisson Station typically is how greedy can you be. We can see that Katowice, he has been tempered by Showtime, and he is not going for a fast 3rd, he's going for a 2nd rack. So he's, again, just calming things down, easing his way into the mid game, not being as greedy as he otherwise could be. Meanwhile, SCV Scout's coming in, just making sure everything's on the up and up. Confirms the Nexus, the first pylon, and soon the 2nd pylon as well. So he confirms there is no proxy. There is nothing else out on the map. Here we go. Meanwhile, the Marines did fan out just to shut down probes, just to make sure that everything was on the up and up. Something else to bear in mind as, we have a robo opener from Skillous. Very interesting. Okay, so there's a lot to get into. One, when it comes to TVP, if you were here for the previous series between Katowice and Showtime, you would know that Katowice is hyper aggressive. We saw some like 1-base play, we saw some 2-base all-ins. Katowice was hyper aggressive. And I'm pretty sure that's going to continue to be the case. Like, Katowice is a very aggressive player in general. We'll see if Skillous can keep up with him, can keep up with Diego, as there's that 3rd CC already on the way. Very fast 3rd base here from Katowice after the 2nd Rax, but before the 3rd. Before the 3rd Rax. Well, as he does push on forward, he does catch the Adept. Very nice pick off. Meanwhile, with a robe opener, this is a very safe way to play. For those that are curious, Stargate play and Twilight Council openers, they both allow you to gain map control. Phoenixes, they shut down drops, of course, and they shut down any kind of move out. Blink Stalkers do the same. To go for a robo opener means that you give up map control. You don't really have anything to gain a map presence, and instead you're going for fast Immortals and fast Colossus. And there it is. Robotics Bay is on the way. This should be for Colossi. The Prism first gives me some mixed signals. This is a way to move out with Adepts, true. This could also lead to something crazy like a Disruptor drop. Meanwhile, the Marines have arrived. Shield Battery is up and running though. Katowice is in the dark. He has yet to see the tech. He missed the tech earlier with his SCV Scout. He is unaware as to what he's up against. And again, robo openers are very unorthodox. You don't see them too often. Observer first comes across the map, does get eyes on the 3rd base. A scan into the main reveals the Robotics Bay. We don't see the robo, but the bay tells us that it was a robo-based opener, and we are now aware that our opponent is rushing into Colossus. Again, Disruptor drops are not impossible, but again, they're just very uncommon, and it's a safe bet here that it's going to be a Colossus. So Kelzer, he's aware of how kind of defensive and tech heavy his opponent is being. And sure, the downside here is that Skillus can't really be active on the map outside of this Warp Prism. That's true, but again, we're just being greedy here. Like, we're fine. We're just turtling on 3 bases. At least Skillus is. Likewise, Kelzer is doing something similar. Going into a 5 racks behind. Oh my god, that is a lot of raxes. The 5 racks has been scouted. The Observer goes down, but did see everything it needed to. Basically, with the delay on the factory and the delay on the starport, this is going to be a very heavy bio army here from Kelzer. Eventually, we will push once we get our medevacs out. We could even try to push before that with Stim, as that is finally the factory on the way. Meanwhile, here comes that Prism. We're going for a Colossus drop into the natural base. And there's no way to punish it. There's no way to punish this Colossus. SCVs are going down. Stim isn't done, by the way. That's 3 dead SCVs. And the Colossus can just kite back here, pivot away to the low ground, and have its way with this mineral line. Additional SCVs will be falling. It'll be 4 in total. We're going to get 5. Get nice moves here from Skillus. Meanwhile, Kelzer is going to be pushing. I say pushing. I think his goal here is to try to get onto the other side of this cliff and try to get us around onto that prism. Try to catch it. Stim is done, by the way. And no, never mind. We're actually pushing. Oh my god, okay. I assumed we would try to catch the prism, but no, we are going across the map. We're going to try to punish Skillus. Skillus does have a Colossus at home to defend, but it's looking very exposed. Hallucination comes out, does spot the army. Skillus, he's aware, and now he's racing back home, aware of how vulnerable he is. He does pull back to the safety of that shield battery of the overcharge. Meanwhile, across the map, that turret putting in some work. We do scan, but now there's a second Colossus, which means Skillus is perfectly safe and sound, and Kelzer is now in a lot of trouble here. This is a pretty committed army, very expensive, and it looks like it's going to be chased down. Here comes the flanking Colossus. Force to Stim. The Colossus, it comes in from the flank. Ooh, should be getting a swipe off, forcing another Stim. Oh my god. Again, Kelzer just being a little bit too adventurous, a little bit too cavalier, gets punished. And now, Skills can push. We have 3 Colossus. We have a 4th Colossus on the way. Oh my, that's a lot of Colossus. There's a lot of Colossi available here for our Blue Protoss. As the army does make it back home, we are going... Are we skipping medevacs? We are. Crazy, we're going Viking first. Which means this army is heavily overstimmed, and we're just going to try to hold the line. Boys are being pulled to repair. Skillus doesn't commit. Is taking behind this. We have the Forge on the way. Templar Archive. Storm. +1. 4th base. Skillus, he's just containing. He is not really looking to push into any of these bases, just containing his opponents. Could go for some Colossus harass, don't get me wrong, but doesn't really intend to really force the issue, as he's getting further ahead behind this. Meanwhile, Kelzer, where do we go from here? One, we're a little bit supply blocked, unfortunately. Medevacs are finally on the way to sustain this army, to allow ourselves to stim a little bit more freely. The Viking first makes a lot of sense, just so we can shut down those Warp Prisms. The Warp Prism, it's been very annoying, and a thorn in Kelzer's side. Skillus does back off, working towards that 4th. As we mentioned before, just really refining his army. He's up to 4 Colossi, which is an insane amount of splash damage. We are missing Storm, though, and we should be working on it soon. Ideally, we do want to kind of spread out the splash damage, and it looks like we're going to be skipping Storm. We're going for a 2nd Robo. It looks like Colossus into Disruptors. I mean, regardless, we need to diversify the splash damage in some way, shape, or form. Gold base is being taken as the 5th. Skillus. Oh my god. Pappy. I mean, he has map control, so why not take the gold? Porque no. Meanwhile, the Observer's in position. We do see the move out. Skillus rotates over. He does have eyes on Kelzer. He even sees him retreat. Archons are morphed in. A good baits when it comes to those Widow Mines. Oh, we do see the Observer. Oh, no! It lives! The Observer that lived barely does escape the Vikings. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's... But as the Observer backs off, Kelzer, he's wild, he's crazy, he's going for a Doom drop, but Skills has controlled the Zonaga. He has the Zonaga. He has a spotter pylon as well. This drop is going to be spotted. It's going to be scattered. Skills, he sees, he knows. Does he turn back around or does he commit? We got to make a choice. Do we recall? As the Doom Drop does get into the 4th base. Meanwhile, we're committing up the ramp. The mines might just go off. We do recall back home. We're forced to. Nexus is not going to go down. We try to focus on some of the Colossus. One goes down. Blink is not done. Again, because of the delayed Twilight Council, Blink is late. Oh, but that was 20 dead SCVs. Oof. A lot of workers did go down from the side of Kellezer. Rocks are being focused. Kellezer stuck here outside the bases. At least he does break free, but... And he does have a supply lead, don't get me wrong. But there's still 3 Colossi. Second robot did finish, but no disruptors yet, I believe. Yeah, no disruptors. Instead, we're going for a second Stargate. Or a first Stargate, even. Not the drop! Blink is done. So many Marines go down. Going for the scan. The Kelzer, he has to make a choice. He's trying to collapse on this army. No, he's going for a big counterattack to the 4th base. Recall is on cooldown. We did just use it. Well, the medivacs, no! They're not where they need to be. Oh my god. There we go. They do move over, but that's a lot of damage dealt. Meanwhile, Kelzer, he is going straight for that Nexus. And we should get a kill in this base, not just the base, but also the workers. Yeah, the mineral line is going to go down. The army walks through the minefield. Kelzer, he can pivot away. He could actually fight this, I'm not going to lie. This army's looking a little bit vulnerable. Show me the EMPs. Yeah, we're coming in from behind. The Colossus is going to be going down. Kelzer, he just collapses on this army. Skillis called with only half his forces, the Stalkers they were left behind. But the Disruptors, they have arrived. No, they walk into their deaths. Bit of a miss rally. The Disruptors, they go down, and now we're forcing our way up the ramp. Just like that, Kelzer is snowballing out of control. Takes down another base. Cleans up the army. And can go straight for that natural. It looks like we're buying enough time for another wave of Disruptors. Disruptors are on the horizon. Kelzer is maxed out. He can take another fight, and he will. Ooh, is heavily overstimmed. Oh my god. Again, he's only got 2 medevacs. They have too much to do. They're overworked. As we go toe-to-toe with the army. Skillis trading well. But it may still just be too much. Again, another stim. Oh my god. And you can see Kelzer plummeted in supply because of how fragile his army is. He wants the Disruptor. Not gonna get it. God, he's been stimming his entire army as well. Good EMP on the Archon. Zealot's gonna be going down. The Disruptors, they need more time and they're gonna go down. Both Disruptors do fall. Additional Disruptors on the way. Kelzer still has momentum. He needs a moment here to breathe and to just heal up his units. Does have a 4th base, working on a 5th. Do have 1 Nova in the chamber. Now 2. Novas go off. Don't quite connect. Still have a couple more Purification Novas as well. Oof. Nice blinks out of Skillis. The goal base so far uncontested, by the way. Oh, Kelzer, he hasn't seen, he doesn't know. He hasn't seen the gold. He doesn't know that Skillis is ahead economically. And Skillis is recovering. There was a time in this game where Kelzer, he was up like 60 supply. But the suit does lie. And Skillis, he is catching up. Nova's going to be going off. Not the best connection. If we get 1 juicy connection, then Skillis, he can hold. Show us what you got. So far, going to be engaging. Forcing a little bit of friendly fire as well with that Widow Mine. Skillis now down only 30 supply. And again, this gold is huge for him. Like, it's keeping him in this game. It's keeping him afloat. If Kelzer was aware, 100% this base would be dead. If he was aware. If only he knew. Behind this, Mine's going to be going down. Zealot counterattack shuts down the 5th. Ooh, we do snipe a full medevac. Full medevac is going to be going down. We do get an EMP that misses the Archons. Skill is still very much so in this. Never goes off. So let's shave off some of those units. We do have a scan. Now we get eyes on the cannons. We now realize what's been going on. We now finally get eyes on the gold. Kelliser still has momentum, but that is still a lot of disruptors. Okay, we can't really dive in as a result. Oof. As it looks like we're just zoning skills away, and Kelliser is now diving on that gold base. Overcharge gets swapped. Shield battery gets focused down. The Archons, the EMPs! Big EMPs on the Archons. Nova! Oh, massive connection! Purification is going to be going, but not again! Oh my god! 2 big connections back to back. And just like that, can we hold on to the gold? It looks like we can. We have Zealot reinforcements coming in. And Skillus, he's taking 5 big mine shots go off. Very back and forth. Ay, ay, ay. But again, these disruptors, they are the great equalizers, and they're keeping Skillus in this. Still down in supply. 5th base getting up and running. Skillus likewise taking another base. We do have the minefield waddling in. Uh-oh. The Widow Mines. We're getting into the mineral line. Probes, get out of here. Not the best connections. All the mine shots do go off. You see Skillus pivoting around with those stalkers. Likewise, so is Kelliser looking to deny some of these fresh mining bases. And the Widow Mines, they will go down. But we have more mines. The minefield. It looks like we do get on top of this Nexus. Base is going to go down. The Nova does miss this Widow Mine. It's a kill on the Nexus. At the same time, Zealot counterattack, but we have a Planetary. Planetary will hold. We can mule. And this is still anyone's game. At this point, things have evened up. Ship weapons is on the way. We have range as well. It looks like Kelliser is working towards Liberators. Liberators would be a good way to counteract this ground-based army. But he's not there yet. He needs some time. There we go. 4 Liberators being made at once. Can we catch these disruptors? And the disruptor's looking a little bit vulnerable. He wants them. He goes for the scan. Oh, he's thinking about it. Kelliser making sure that he doesn't have an observer on him. You can see just 2 big armies here from Kelliser. Trying to find an opening. The gold base is running out of minerals. We are mining it out. As it looks like Kelliser is going to be gaining some ground here. We'll be able to kite well here against these Zealots. And should clean them up. Here comes some reinforcements from Skillus. The Zealots trading well for themselves overall. At the same time, War Prism into the main. Kelliser, he's being forced back. The War Prism won't be able to find too much damage. Liberators have been revealed. And Kelliser is going to be able to remax. Liberators, they have arrived. And they will change the flow of this battle. Depending on the positioning, though, we don't want to fight out in the open. Observer does see the army. Skillus keeping up. EMP the shield battery. Liberators have arrived. We have to commit. We do have to commit. Liberators are going to be going down. They're a little bit too far forward. And the Liberators, they get completely shut down. Novas go off. Big connections. And it looks like Skillus, can he take the fight? More Novas go off. The Libs, they're doing what they can. They hold on. Oh no. Oh my god, as we pull back to the shield batteries, to the overcharge as well. Skillus, he does hold on. Does take a better fight. Good Novas. How many Liberators went down? 6 Liberators in that one fight. There were so many of them. But they were a little bit too far forward. just like that, the win condition, the advantage that Killazor had, the advantage is not quite there, not anymore. He's down to 2 Liberators with this army. Now 1. A Liberator was trying to harass, but it does get caught out. Skillus taking another base, taking a 6th. Sorry, 7th base even. This is the 6th. Jesus. Now the worker count's still really low. Because of the worker counts, Killazor I would say is slightly ahead economically because of mules. And the gold base is running out as well, bear that in mind. But this is still so close. Again, like 1 or 2 good Novas and Skillus can still win a fight. Likewise, if Killazor does position those libs. Ooh, as it looks like... no, Killazor. It looks like Killazor is experiencing a bit of a lag spike. And hopefully it does clear up. Oh, good guy Skillus. Take your time, Bobby. Take your time. Oh. Feels good, man. Oh my god. But this has been pretty intense, pretty back and forth. There were definitely moments where Killazor had a lead. Remember, there was that moments where he was, I think he was up 60 supply, or maybe even 70 supply. It was crazy when he was overstimmed, when he had just like a massive Marine Marauder army, and he didn't have eyes on the gold. The gold paid for itself. It kept Skillus in us. We fought back and forth. Now we have a split map scenario where Skillus is on 6 bases, now taking a 7th base towards the bottom right, and Killazor doing the same. Still anyone's game. Still could go either direction. I think I want to give the edge to Skillus at the moment. I think currently, because the Liberator count was reset, I do think that... Oh, as it looks like ping has cleared up. No. I think I want to give the edge to Skillus' army at the moment, but that could change. As Liberators are sieging, forcing back the army. With the arrival of these Liberators, usually that does start like a Skytoss transition from the Protoss if they had a bank, but Skillus doesn't really have much of an economy to work with. Could we do someone for decent EMPs? But there's no backbone to the army, and Killazor, he has to retreat. Yeah, he has to back off. Gives up on this position. Another Liberator goes down. We have a wave of Liberator reinforcements. Freedom has arrived. Still, though, very wide open. This is not the best place for Killazor to fight.
Game paused.
Oh, yeah, it looks like he is again experiencing a bit of a lag spike. Really unfortunate, actually. Like, this is a really intense moment. Like we kick them all off. Turn off the Wi-Fi. Turn them off. This is when you actually enter your modem, and you set your MAC address for like to prioritize your PC, and to like throttle everyone else that's on Wi-Fi. I totally haven't done that before. Let us go. Just make sure you turn off Steam. Close Steam. Make sure there's nothing downloading in the background. But yeah, hopefully everything's okay. And hopefully everything clears up. Skills, good man, good man, good man. Very wholesome, very wholesome. I mean, they're ex-teammates, so I'm sure they're good friends. Here we go. Looks like we have kicked the family off of the Wi-Fi. Everyone's turning on their 5Gs. We're getting back into this. Here we go. We get the free. Oh, look at the free. Jeez, that's a lot of freedom. Oh my god. 9 Liberators with 4 more libs on the way. Oh my god. That's gonna be going off. Again. Skillus, he needs to avoid those freedom zones. We do take down the Planetary, out positioning Killazor. Planetary goes down. Nevers go up. 1 Liberator will get picked off here. Meanwhile, that's going to be 12 dead. Well, there were a couple of Zealots left behind. 12 dead SCVs. A big blow to the economy of Killazor. It wasn't big to begin with. And Skillus looking to come back in. At the same time, going for a big zealot counterattack, catching reinforcements. Kelzer is being pulled apart. The Liberators, they stay back at him. That's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. Kelzer struggling to keep up. More SCVs going down. Zealots, they do get into the natural base as well, into the pocket base. But here comes the freedom. We get some disruptors. We get 1. We get 2. We get 3. Oh my, and an observer. Very nice pickoffs. Does make up for the dead workers, but the SCVs, sorry, the Zealots have still not been dealt with. Oh. Oof. Finally will be cleaned up. Is Kel still living in Europe? No, he's back in, I believe he's back in Brazil for the holidays. Back in Brazil. Oh, back with his family. There we go. The Liberators will be sieging forward. As Zealot Rambai finally cleaned up at Kelzer. He can focus on his attack. Ooh, does take a Nova to the face. Pretty good Nova, not gonna lie. I think that was 2 or 3 Marauders. But we take down the base itself. And Skillus, he's going for the base trade. He ignores the army. At this point, Kelzer has hit critical mass of Liberators. We cannot engage. And we gotta go. There's still even more libs back at home. Oh my god, Liberators everywhere. There's too much freedom. As we have broken into the natural, camping the production, getting on top of the starport. As Kelzer is slowly leapfrogging forward, but at the same time, Skills, he's breaking into the main. Yeah, with these 3 Colossi, he's pushing into the main base. He will get on top of those Raxes. Likewise, Kelzer getting on top of the Robos. But this is more impactful, I feel. This is more impactful where we're just camping the production. Kelzer, likewise, he's on a timer. We gotta go, we gotta send it. Skillus already remaxed. Liberator's not gonna be good enough, not anymore, not in few numbers, not like this. Biggie, oh my, massive EMPs! Kelzer diving on top of the army, diving on top of the disruptors as well. There's 3 left, there's 2. Really good fight here from Kelzer. Suddenly, things swinging more in his favor. It's so close. The reinforcements, these libs, they're getting picked off. Meanwhile, Skills at this point, he needs to start throwing down production. He needs to start throwing down tech in the corners of the map. As he's still on top of the Raxes though, that's the problem. He's still just on top of everything, and Kelzer, he just can't make anything, not anymore. Skillus sending his ults across the map. Not the best execution here of the base trade from Kelzer. Yeah, the Raxes, they are going to be lifting. Planetary going to try and hold on. Zealots, they do get the surround, but we have the counter repair. Kelzer keeping his base alive. And he will get on top of the production. Meanwhile, here it is, 4 more gateways. So Skills, he's starting to throw down his production elsewhere. He needs those gateways. He needs warp-ins. Meanwhile, CC is going to be burning. The Ghost Academy goes down. A big pick-off. Kelzer, he has some resources, but 0 production. Oh, he did save some Raxes, I guess. We're going to be floating over, running into additional Nexi. I mean, again, Skillus, he has almost every other base on the map. I feel like we're wasting our time a little bit here. I feel like we have to go for some of the economy. As we take down all these gateways. Likewise, these Raxes, they're exposed. And from here, Skillus, he can camp these Raxes once again. But I think he's coming back home. Uh-oh. Oh, the 1 Void Ray. But Skillus looks like he is turning back around. Looking at the army supplies, Skillus is ahead. Kelzer, oh, can't get caught out. The Novas! Big Nova's gonna be going. Big connection as well! Oh my god. Massive connection on the army. And that may just be it. At this point, that may be it. Kelzer, he will be losing these fringe bases. He barely has an army left. Wasn't a bad move to go for the base trade, but it did feel like the base trade was a little bit lackluster from Kaiser. But so close, this game so back and forth. I mean, to be fair, Kaiser wasn't the one who committed to the base trade, it was Skillus. After seeing all those libs, he knew he couldn't engage, but the Stalkers are coming in from behind, and these Liberators, they're going to go down. They can't protect themselves. Colossus is going to fall, but so will every single Liberator to our left. And Skillus, he's just picking apart this army. We have a Tempest. Tempests are on the way. We're taking Kaiser's gold. Kaiser is down to 2 mining bases, or 1.5 really. Kaiser is down to his last. He's down to 2 Liberators, 3 Ghosts, 29 Marines. A good Marine count. The probes are being found. Oh my god. Gets every single worker, denies the gold, thankfully. Oh. We do kill one of those disruptors. Is there a world? Can Kaiser take a fight? Oh god. I'm not seeing it. So we dive on the army, we get a ghost, a couple of Marines, they get left behind. And Kaiser, he just barely has a standing army. I'm sure he should be aware that these bases are under control of Skillus. Another CC is going to be going down. Skillus is going for the last bastion of hope. The production of Kaiser. Marines in production here. Add-ons, Tempest, that could be called out. Nova goes off! Oh, and it will connect. A massive connection once again. GG gets called, and Skillus will take game number 1. And that was game 1. That was only game 1 of a best of 5, by the way. Oh my god, that was intense. There were ups, there were downs, a bit of a roller coaster ride of emotions. For a time, Kaiser had a massive lead, then it slipped away. Skillus brought it back, then it was more back and forth. Things were tied up, and in the end, GG, congratulations. Congratulations here. Oh. To Skillus. But Kaiser can fight back. He can fight back. Still plenty of games ahead of us. Here we go. Catching up in the chat. Just a couple of libs. The teenager from the lower floor is stealing the bandwidth. Not again. Yeah, from here, looks like game number 2 is going to be on Site Delta. We're just remaking the lobby, just making sure that everything is looking good for our players. Meanwhile, as a reminder, during this series, I believe there's also the lower qualifying match that's ongoing as well. Classic versus Spirit. Not too sure. I think Rotterdam is covering that. I know there's some other English casters, community casters that are covering that series. Maybe Steadfast, I think. Yes, yeah, Steadfast. Some of the others. And yeah, it looks like Classic is currently leading that series 1-0 for the time being. So we'll keep an eye on that. As again, we still have plenty left tonight. And I'm a little bit concerned. I was hoping to get a couple of hours of sleep after this broadcast. I was hoping to sleep a couple of hours before KSL. I don't know if I'll be able to. KSL is in, what, 6 hours? It's 6 hours time from now, I think. 6 hours, so... if our broadcast lasts another 2 hours, then I'll be able to nap for a little bit. I'll be able to get a couple of hours sleep before the cast. Aye. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of site Delta, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player from the land of Brazil. It is Katowice. Just double checking my calendar. KSL's today, right? Oh. No! Diego! Papi! Come back to us! No! Turn off the Wi-Fi! Kick them all off! Get them out of here! Oh, as we may have to remake here. It's such a shame. It's gonna be such a shame if Katowice does lag out and doesn't have a stable internet. Obviously we're gonna be remaking, obviously, but yeah, hopefully Katowice he can play out today. Hopefully he can participate. Like, he's like, again, that last game was really close. It was really close. I think someone was going over the history, and Katowice does have a historic lead over Skillous. Like, he's favored in this series, and he's so close to qualifying. So hopefully these internet issues do clear up, as I think Katowice is gonna time out, and we may have to remake. It's still the early game. We're still only 28 seconds in. Like, we can remake without too much issue. We will be backing out, and yeah, we're gonna be waiting for Katowice to come back to us. But yeah, hopefully he does. Hopefully things do clear up. We're more than willing to wait for a little bit, just to make sure that everything is looking good. More than willing to wait. But this is not the time for the internet to be acting up like this. This is not the time. Everything is on the line here. Katowice, well within his ability to take this series. He just has, let him play, papi. Let him play. But I guess we're gonna be going on a short break, actually, just because we do have to wait for Katowice to return. So we're gonna be going on a short break. We'll return soon, I hope, with game number 2, or maybe an update on what's going on. So yeah, we'll sit tight. Take this moment, get some water, get some food, get some snacks, take a moment to stretch. Posture check in the chat, make sure we're all looking after ourselves, and yeah, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll be back soon. And we are back. I apologize for the delays here, but Kelzer has returned. He's alive. The first thing he said when he popped up in the chat, we're like, are you okay? He's like, I'm alive. Like Frankenstein. Smooch. But he lives, and that is what is important, and we can get into the rest of this series, and hopefully, fingers crossed, cross your Ethernet cables, everyone, and give your bandwidth to Kelzer. He needs it. He needs it to hold on, to survive, to play out this series, because sporting in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran from the land of Brazil, reconnecting with us here and now. It is Kelzer. Hello, Mr. Probe. Interesting movement here for the Probe, going the long way around, avoiding the traditional scouting pattern, and is going to be moving out across the map. Actually headed towards that natural base. Okay, so just going for an unorthodox kind of scouting pattern. Just going to be scouting, checking, looking for any kind of proxy before coming in to be a bit of an annoyance across the map. SCV comes in, and again, Kelzer is going for an economic opener. It is going to be a Rax expand, but we have quite a delay here by Skillous. He should be forcing it, a little bit off center, as the CC is thrown down. Again, it was delayed by a couple of seconds, but not by too much. As we're getting to our builds, it's going to be a gate cyber expand here from Skillous. Everything's looking by the book, everything looking as it should. We are getting into this. We go. As we are easing our way into Game 2. Game 1 was crazy, by the way. It was intense. If you missed out, I highly recommend checking out the VODs. Game 1 ended in a base trade, but even without the base trade, there was just so much to it as well. There was so much back and forth. It was beautiful. It was a solid game of StarCraft. Was the highlight of the night. But alas, the series must go on. That was merely Game 1. And again, Kelzer is looking to tie it up. Reaper does get into the main. Does pick up a probe. Not a bad pick. 2 probes even. Oh my god. Not bad at all. As Edep does get across the map, Reaper's going to be zoned away. We do scout the tech. It is going to be a Stargate follow-up here from Skillous. Kelzer, of course, fully aware as to what is going on. Fully aware of the follow-up tech. As we can actually get into a more normal game. Again, Raz's Station is quirky and weird for a reason, and did lead to nonsense with a robo opener, if you remember. But here, gonna be a Stargate into Phoenixes, a lot more standard from Skillous. Should be Phoenixes into Colossi. You could also head into Charge Lots as well. We do have options. As the second adept has arrived, and Skillous, he's denying so much mining time here at the natural. Finally, the Cyclone does rock up, and we should shut this down. Can we get one? We do get one SCV. SCV and Marine, a second Marine as well. Skillous getting as much value as he can. Very nice pickoffs. 2 Marines and a worker. As the Adepts are forced out. Meanwhile, behind this additional Cyclone production, we're getting into a bit of a 2-on-1 setup. Sorry, I sneezed. As the Phoenix count is just getting higher, we are throwing down additional gateways, which is interesting to me. We're getting up to 3 gates here on 2 bases before expanding, so a very safe play here out of Skillous. Delaying his 3rd base by a little bit. Meanwhile, Kelzer behind this, working towards that starport. Starport on the low ground, so yeah, straight up 2-on-1. Don't see it too often. Prioritization on Stim. This typically leads into medevac production, and there it is. Medevacs are on the way. So Kelzer looking to be very aggressive. Going to be hitting a very early Stim timing, and as it's just over halfway done. Stim Marines alongside Cyclones. Meanwhile, Phoenixes have arrived to pick up one of those Marines. Not a bad start. Skillous has yet to really see all of the production. He's not fully aware of what's going on. But this is a very dedicated push designed to punish a Phoenix commitment. Again, what do we have to defend? We have vanilla gateway units and Phoenixes. And against a mass amount of Stim Marines, Skillus is going to be in some trouble. Here we go. We are pushing. Oh, Marines are going to be caught out, though. We don't really have too many reinforcements here. And Marines, even a Marauder as well. Big pickoffs. Again, the reason for this is because Kelzer is going for the drop instead. Oh, we do catch one. One Phoenix does go down. We have the drop into the main. Going for additional warpins as well. Slow lots. Charge just now starting. Meanwhile, we stim all the way to the mineral line. The probes! Oh my god, so many workers go down. A good target firing as well from Kelzer, and at the same time, the main army heads towards the natural. Good kiting. Take down one of those zealots. At the same time, we don't go for the natural, we go for the third. We go straight for the third base. Marines will be lifted, will be evacuated. And I do think we could have tried to bust into the natural to shut down the shield battery and maybe snowball from there, but it looks like Kelzer is going to back off. He's going to consolidate his army. He's going to reinforce. And he's achieved quite a bit here. As long as he keeps the medevac alive. He's killed 8 workers. The Marines do get cleaned up. But the medevac is going to meet up with the rest of the army. And as the dust does settle, what have we really lost here? It was 14 Marines. That is a pretty hefty amount. But Kelzer is able to take an economic lead. Again, we are even in workers plus mules. Behind this, Kelzer is going for a third base. That's a third CC in production. We're not going all in. Kelzer is working on that next step. Additional Raxes, Widow Mines, Liberators. Actually, really early lib production. I almost glossed over that, but yeah, we're making 2 libs at a time. I imagine it's just to harass across the map, but yeah, we don't typically see a big investment into them this early. So do see Skillus gaining map control with those Phoenixes. Look at the mines. Jesus. The Widow Mines are in position. Skillus does have to be careful. So he does back off a scan into the third base, sees how heavily saturated it is. The Liberators are on the way. Phoenixes are still being active. So far, the Liberators, they have avoided detection. Phoenixes are looking. They don't come across the drop. Again, the scan did kind of tell, did give a tell to Skillus. And the army has been spotted. At the same time, a Zealot counterattack is going to be cleaned up in the natural base. Kelzer going to back off. Spotter Zealots were good enough. And instead, Kelzer going to be consolidating his army again because of the economic damage he dealt earlier. That's why Kelzer is ahead currently in supply. He was able to maintain his Cyclone count, a lot of his Marines, keep most of his army alive. And that has led into this follow-up timing, where he is up, what 20, 30 army supply. And we are pushing. We do come across the 4th. A conservative position here for these Liberators. Looking to lay siege upon the main. No tanks, though. Do have quite a minefield. Oh my god, that's a lot of Widow Mines. Yeah, libs are set up, and it looks like we will take down that Cyber Core. Charge is done. Colossi are on the way. It does feel like we're on a bit of a timer. Oh, can we get a medevac? We can! One medevac goes down. Mine drop in towards that third. Again, cheeky moves here from Kelzer. So the runback comes in. There is a bunker in position. The gateway goes down. Here comes the mine drop. Do we have a reaction? We do! Was it too late? Good mine connections. 7 in total. It looks like from here the Colossi have arrived, and Kelzer is backing off. He is backing off. He's going to be consolidating his army. And once again, Kelzer, he gets a couple of big pickoffs and doesn't commit. Doesn't throw away his units. And as a result, he maintains his supply lead. Bringing everything together, he does get eyes on the Colossi. He has kept his Liberators alive as well. Mine drop into the main. lives. They have been able to siege up. That's a lot of zealots. Oh my god. But big mine shots. And at the same time, the Water Mines instantly make no reaction. Not the best connections. As they'll say, do engage with the army. They'll say get annihilated though. Not much left over to protect these Colossi. No anti-air, the live. Well, there's that one Phoenix. But we get 19 probe kills. 19 workers go down. The Widow Mines, they reset. We'll connect with the army. And now we get the triple jump into the main base. Reinforcements being sent towards that third. Kelzer pulling Skillus apart. Probes are going down. Kelzer, yeah, he's just snowballing out of control. It's becoming too much. 15, 16, 17 workers and counting going down. And from here, we can even camp the production. GG gets called, and Kelzer will take game number 2. We have a series. We do have a series here. We are tied up. It's still best of 5, so this can still go either direction. But Kelzer is making Skillus work for it. Again, like a really aggressive style out of Kelzer, but also very, again, just very careful play as well. I do think that a lesser player or, you know, a more adventurous player would maybe overcommit at times or take more chances and take more risks. But Kelzer, just very careful play there, very careful positioning. You know, he would go in, he'd pick off a cyber core, pick off a gateway, back off, create an opening, go for a mine drop instead, and slowly just accumulate damage over time, build up his army, snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are tied up 1-1. We're getting ready to determine who takes the lead in this series, who will gain an advantage. Who's it going to be? As I believe the other lower quarterfinals is still underway. Bearing in mind that after the series ends, we still have another best of 5 afterwards, which is why I don't think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna get like a 2-hour nap at most before KSL, and then after that I'm gonna be able to sleep for a couple more hours before WTL, and then we have the Americas qualifier, and then we busy weekend. My body is ready. Cohopia. Here we go. As we're gonna be loading in to Golden Aura. Let's go. Here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the Blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Ooh. In a tied up series, being forced here into our next game, we have Skillus. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brazilian Terran, the red Terran player. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Kelzer. We are loading into Golden Aura, a much shorter rush distance by ground. Bear that in mind, so aggression is going to be favored on a map like Golden Aura. Likewise, your 3-base setup here is very secure, but before we can get up to 3 bases, we'll see if Kelzer is going to be able to pop off. We've seen him be very aggressive on Golden Aura in the past. I'm expecting something similar. As we do have a double gas opener here from Kelzer, going for the racks into the factory. Now, we have actually seen Kelzer go for a 1-base all-in on this map before, so that is on the table. He wants the SCV. Skillus. He wanted that worker. Doesn't get it, though. Is coming back. Oh my god. This probe, it's a menace. Get out of here. Gonna be threatening that mineral line. Once again, going for the SCV. He wants it. Oh! 2 more hits. Has to be careful. Does have to be careful. Behind this, gate expand into the cyber core. Standard opener here from Skillus. Meanwhile, again, we pointed out that Kelzer did go double gas, so he's going for a faster factory. I did reiterate earlier that we have seen Kelzer go for a 1-base all-in on Golden Aura before, It looks like that isn't going to be the case here, as we're going for a Reaper into a Reactor behind this. Okay, Reactor's on the way, Reaper's moving out. Trying to get a read of what's going on. I hope that Skillus goes for a Twilight Council opener. I'd be concerned if we get a Stargate. Phoenixes are typically not ideal when you're up against a very aggressive player in the early game, especially with like a bio-oriented push. Like we saw in the previous game, Phoenixes, they had just very limited capabilities here in what they could pull off. But we'll see. Probe comes back in. Really wants that SCV in there. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener here from Skillus. The probe goes down. Very nicely done. Very nice pick off there from Kelizer. But again, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener, which I do approve of. I do think it's too risky to go for a Stargate, just because you do leave yourself vulnerable a little bit to these early aggression plays. Adeptus arrive, and we do delay the CC. Kelizer having the wherewithal to pull back. So we have a big delay here on the expansion, at least until the Cyclone arrives. The Cyclone will force back that Adept. Behind this, we're already building up a Marine count. This is looking like a medevac drop. Looks like we're going to be pushing out with 2 Cyclones. We're going to be reinforcing with Marines. We saw this earlier. I think we saw this against Showtime. Where Showtime, when he went for a Stargate opener, was able to shut down these 2 Cyclones first before the Marine drop arrived. And Kelizer kind of fell on his face. We'll see a very different outcome this time, as there's no way to really securely shut down these Cyclones early on. They're getting a bit of hull damage done before backing off. And here comes the rest of the army. Again, just rallying everything across the map. Medevacs are on the way as well. So a very aggressive start. The goal here is to shut down the Gateway army and to maybe even get some economic damage done at the natural. Ooh, Skillus, he's fanning out his units. We have the Adepts out on the map. They're not at home to defend. Uh-oh. We barely have anything at home here. No shield battery, no overcharge. This natural is so exposed. The Stalkers are fanning out here to deal with a drop. But instead we have a push right down the center. And that is an Artosis Pylon. Oh no. Pylon is going to go down. We depower the Gateway. We depower the Robo as well. We do get us around those Stalkers from every single angle. The juggling is good, but one Cyclone does fall. But we're getting into the mineral line. We're trying to at least. We're trying to break in. Reinforcements, they do make it back home. It looks like Skillus will clean this up. Get a bit of a chaotic fight here, but Kelizer, he's running out of steam. Ooh, as he barely does evacuate. And that was messy. That's maybe the best way to put it. That was a little bit messy, but as we do take stock. That was 1 Cyclone and 5 Marines going down for 4 workers, a Pylon, and a couple of Stalkers. Not an insignificant amount. 5 Stalkers in total. Pretty good. A good trade overall for Kelizer. He does retreat, does keep one of those Cyclones alive. His tank count looking solid. Skillus does rock up here with a big counterattack. Blink is done. We are actually going for a 4-gate. My apologies, I did miss that. We have 3 gateways in the main, 1 at the natural, 4 gates in total. Tanks are in position. And do we blink in? Oh, we cannot. Skillus investing into a 4-gate and not able to counterattack. He has to double down. He has to come back. He's going for a Dark Shrine. Again, Skillus, he knows that he's in a bit of a precarious situation. So he's going for the DTs, the Invisible Man. We still have the Prism threatening the main. But Kelizer, he's in position. Up! Oh my god. So he does swap back that army. Does swap back that Prism. So far, Kelizer stable here on 2 bases. He does have his 3-1-1 set up. No 3rd CC yet, but with this move out, we should throw down the 3rd. Or we can pull the boys. One or the other. Either we commit to an all-in. Now we have +1 attack on the way. We should be taking a 3rd base. And there it is. 3rd base here in the main. The armies will be dancing with each other. Skillus will back off. We could actually go straight for the main here. Instead, he's going to be chasing the army. We go for the scan. We get eyes on the third. And Kelzer is committed. Oh, these Blink Stalkers doing a great job here, forcing a stim. The DTs, the Dark Templar. Do we have a scan? We do. Oh my god. Do you have the scan? Tanks are in position, and immediately we do evacuate that third base. Stalkers trying to find a way from behind. Prism going into the main base, but we have reinforcements. The DT does come in. Do we have a scan? We pull back to the safety of the turret. We need a scan somewhere, though. The army does dive on forward. The Dark Templar putting in a lot of work, and it looks like Skillers should be able to clean this up completely. Meanwhile, across the map, 13 SCVs go down. These Dark Templar are winning Skillers the game. They cripple the economy. They cripple the army. We still have a DT in the main base, denying the third. And Kelzer, he's falling apart. He's falling apart at this point. He had momentum earlier, but no longer. Not anymore. He loses every single one of his tanks. And there is still Dark Templar in the main. Ay, ay, ay. No shot. Can we force a cancel? We will. We will cancel this base. Kelzer, he needs to save it. We do have a scan. Up. It's going to be close. And it looks like we will save the CC. We have our scan. Oh my god. Missile towers are finishing up. CC underway. But again, this has just been a really rough follow-up here from Kelzer. It's down in workers. We go for another big warp in as well. Without tanks, without bunkers, how can Kelzer hold on to his natural? And boys, they're gonna have to be pulled. Might just go if they take down the Dark Templar. Good pickups. Good pickups overall. Nice force field. The boys, they're being pulled here onto the army. But we have Zealot reinforcements coming in, and Skillus, he has too much. He's going to be able to break through. 14 SCVs go down. And Kelzer, he gets knocked down to one mining base. The CC on fire, by the way. Is on fire. A bit of an overextension here from Skillus. He's going to be losing a couple of Stalkers. But again, Kelzer is contained. Now repairing that CC. And behind this Skillus, he's on 3 bases. He's getting a 4th. Getting further ahead. Kelzer, he's on his last legs here. There's nothing across the map. GG gets called. There's no fighting back. Not from there. And Skillus will take a 2-1 lead in this qualifying match. GG. Oh. GG, well played. And with that, Skillus needs one more win here to take the series to qualify for IM Katowice. Kelzer has to fight back here and now. Now, that last game wasn't bad. Like, Kelzer, he had momentum at a certain point. He did have advantages, but alas, he could not pull it off. Again, he just wasn't ready for Dark Templar of all things. He was caught off guard. And he was completely shut down. Was shut down in the end. And now he has to fight back here and now. Otherwise, it'll all be over. Here we go. When Protoss Dark Shrine. Well, what you looking for? Anytime Dark Shrine. There you go. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, it was honestly a really good call. A really good call from Skillus. Did really well for himself. Achieved so much. And with that, again, Skillus has that lead. Uno más. One more. One more is all he needs. And it looks like our next game is going to be on Alcyone. Alcyone. One of the larger maps in the map pool. It's big, it's huge. There are gold bases. There are also rich Vespian gas bases as well. So we have options. We have options if we want to be aggressive, if we want to be cheesy. Otherwise, we could see a long late game on a map like this. Again, because of how many bases there are, because of the long rush distance by ground, we have seen a lot of split map scenarios on this map. We'll see if that's where we're headed. We'll see. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, and we have our red Protoss player leading the series 2-1, one game away from qualifying for IEM Katowice. It is Skillous. One more is all he needs. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from Brazil. He needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Katowice. We go. The pressure is on. Skillous needs one more. Katowice cannot let him have it. And Skillous, where are we going? Oh. We're all good, we're all good. For a moment there, I thought it was going to be mining through this middle patch. But no, he's going to be skirting across the map here. Towards the center. And going for a scout. Okay, we're good. Again, also checking to make sure that there is no SCV kind of mining through any of these middle patches. Proxies are very common here on the right-hand side of the map. Proxy Starport, Proxy Stargate. Rushing into the gold. Everything is going to be on the up and up there. As, ooh, Katowice is going to be going for an economic opener. It's going to be a Rax Expand with a CC on the high ground. So very economic, but also very safe. Opting not to go for the CC here at the natural location. The probe is going to be denied entry of the main. And Skillous is in the dark. Behind this, we're not getting into a 3 racks or anything like that. It's going to be a straight up factory follow-up. As we're getting into a more economic opener. Which makes sense on Alkion. Again, long rush distance by ground and a lot of bases, very defendable on 3 and even 4 bases as well. Seeing a lot of late game. A lot of late game. But I worry because I feel like, again, Katowice, he thrives in the mid game. He thrives in chaos and aggression, and sure, we did see a really solid game 1, you know, which was back and forth, you know, 6 base versus 6 base. It was beautiful. But I'm not too sure if that's really what Katowice wants. As he does mine through those mineral patches, Katowice going for a proxy starport? Looks to be the case. There it is. Starport is on the way. We did mention earlier that, again, it's very common to go for proxy stargates or proxy starports on the right-hand side. Adept trying to shade in. The Adept does, I believe, yep, see the CC on the high ground. So he's aware that it's not a 1-base all-in and that it was a single gas opener. And we should be heading for a Hellion drop. Well, we have some options. We could either go for a proxy Liberator or a Medevac. The Medevac would lift up the Hellions from here and head into the main. Or we could just go for the Liberator straight into the main base and Hellions harassing the natural. There it is. It's going to be the Medevac. So we're going for the drop play. Meanwhile, our take of choice is a Stargate this time. Makes sense. On a large map like this, we assume that there isn't going to be a bio push, and we assume correctly. It's not going to be bio. It's going to be Hellions. And these Phoenixes are designed to shut down drop plane. No, they come across it. They do get eyes on the proxy starport, which means this medevac is going to be shut down. It's going to be camped, and these Hellions, we may as well just go straight up. We can't go to the natural. We go for the drop. We commit. Yeah, the Phoenix is not going to be good enough. We dive into the main base. There is a shield battery, but 3 shots do one-shot probes. Oh, we do pick up, but we're going to get shut down. Ay, ay, ay. We do evacuate the Hellions at least. The Hellions will make it out, but this has not been enough for workers. And the medevac falls. We do have the Cyclones. Oh, the punish. The punish is real. 1 medevac for 1 Phoenix. A good trade for Katowice. He's reinforcing with Vikings. Oh my god. Vikings are coming in to reinforce the Cyclones to have a ride. We have the 1 Marine to support as well. He's a part of this. do have a shield battery, do have an overcharge. Chasing this pretty far back. And the Cyclone lock-ons are insane. We pick off at least the Adepts. Behind this, Skills going straight for a third. It's going to be dancing with the army. Additional Cyclones are rocking up as well. And the overcharge, with it running out, Kelzer, he can still break through. Oh, as I say that, the Phoenixes are amassing. They're picking up the Cyclones one after the other, and Kelzer is being shut down. Did overstay his welcome. Stuck around a little bit too long here, and everything is going to be cleaned up. Behind this, Kelzer going for his expansion, getting it up and running. We do have a 3 rack setup behind this. The problem, though, is that Skills took a third. Throughout that defense, in the beginning of that defense, he was going straight for a third base, and he has gotten away with it. Wasn't punished. Kelzer, he didn't check, he didn't see, he didn't know. And now Skills is looking to just snowball out of control. For now, just gaining map control. Behind this, we're getting into a Twilight Council, a Forge, +1, Blink, or I imagine Charge. And yeah, there's not much to stop him. 2 more SCVs go down. We delay the 3rd TC. The starport has been found and we can shut it down. Not like this. Starport's gonna have to be rebuilt, as it will fall. Cyclone's trying to come in, but they cannot save it. There it is. Charge is confirmed. So usually it is going to be Charge, not Blink, just because Phoenix is sort of the same role as Blink Stalkers. It's going to be Phoenix Charge lots instead. Picking up more SCVs. 2 more workers go down. Skillless trying to muster up his army. Kelzer doesn't really have any pushing power at the moment, unfortunately, just because of all of his losses. It's still going to take a while for all this production to kick in. Eventually it will, but Kelzer is stuck at home. Oof. We do pick off a Phoenix at least, but that was what? 4 Marines? 5 Marines? Keeping the Marine count low. We go for the scan. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that Kelzer thinks that this is the 3rd, when really it's the 4th.
Add-on complete.
Kelzer just trying to get a read on what's happening. I'm sure he's aware that this is the 4th base at this point, because of how late it is. I'd like to believe. From here, the role of Skillless is to just, again, build himself up back at home. His Phoenixes are just harassing. That's all they're doing here, just containing Kelzer to these 3 bases. If a drop ever moves out, then Skillless should be there to shut it down. And he's even getting the gold. Oh my god. Double expanding, taking the 4th as well as the 5th as the gold as well. He's up 2 bases compared to Kelzer. Skillless just securing himself here at this point. Is this excessive? He can get away with it for now. We'll see. We'll see if Kelzer can punish. Oh my god, as we're just throwing down spotter pylons everywhere. Phoenixes patrolling towards the north. We have the prison towards the south. Robo's on the way. Colossus production. That's the 2nd Robo for double Colossus production as well. We can really secure ourselves. Meanwhile, back at home, Kelzer, he's not out of this. I mean, he's working towards a Ghost Academy. He is building up a robust army. So even though Skillless is far ahead in the economy, which is true, and he's getting to Colossus and splash damage and refining his army, there is still potential in what Kelzer has. Unfortunately, because he's still on 3 bases, he doesn't have like the most sustain for his army, but has potential. The Prism! Oh! We catch it! Bit of miscontrol there from Skillus, leaving that Prism idle. We scan the Observer, we take it down, and here we go. Kelzer is pushing. He is moving out. He's down 20 workers compared to his opponents, but has a hefty army. And here we go. We are moving out. Oh, we do run into the Colossus, and we're going to have to respect it. Medevac does rally in. Widowmine's just now sieging, but again, that's a lot of bio, and is Skillus going to be overextending here? The Zelta going down, and now we can dive on top of the Colossus. Yeah, big overextension from Skillus. The Colossi, they're going to be going down, and Kelzer diving on top of the army. His bio, his production has snowballed out of control, and he catches the Colossi. Disruptors are now on the way, Blink as well. But Skillus, a little bit, just a little bit too greedy, just got caught out. A little bit too adventurous. The gold base is going to fall. We ignore the gold, which is a good call. We gotta send it. Pushing towards the 4th. Disruptors are on the way. This army is so heavily overstimmed. Oh my god. It's so deep in the red. Nova goes off. Does not connect. We have another Nova. Again, just zoning back the army. Kelzer, he gets on top of the base itself. The 4th is going to go down. Yeah, these Zealots, they're going to melt. And it looks like a Kelzer. We're forcing another game here. Nova goes off. Up. Doesn't connect. Not good enough. And this 4th base is going to fall. Skillus being a little bit too greedy, and again, just being caught out. Now, to be fair, Kelzer was also very committed with his attack. Like, he needed to make this work. Like, he had to make this happen, and he did. So, goal base goes down. From here, Skillus is building up his army. He still has a comparable economy. His disruptor count's getting a little bit higher. Can he take a fight? He can take a fight, technically. But Kelzer has such a lead. There's no way, right? There's no way we get like a repeat of Radisson Station, right? Triple jump into the main is going to be denied. Would you confirm the army? At the same time, Kelzer are going to be rotating over toward the left-hand side. And Skillus is being pulled apart. He cannot defend both locations at once. Not like this. Never goes off. Does miss. Right, Colossi is in position. No shield battery. No overcharge. Yeah, we dive on top of the Colossus. We will focus it down. Kelzer. It looks like he barely should have enough here to break through. At the same time, Novas go off. They don't connect. And Kelzer, he's just securing himself here by getting a kill on this Nexus as well. Up, just barely. Oof. Mine shots go off. Skillus, he's keeping it. He's holding on. He's holding, but Kelzer, he wants it. One more shot, that's all we need. Here come the reinforcements, and Kelzer will get on top of that Nexus, will shut it down. Skillus down to 3 bases. And as Skillus tries to defend his 3rd, he gets pulled apart. GG gets called, and Kelzer will fight back, tying it up 2-2. We're going to the ace match. GG. Oh. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 5. I was smudging after the failed push of Kelzer initially, after he was being contained. It was looking brutal, but I was caught off guard by Skillus taking the goal base, and I do think he was being a little bit too greedy and maybe a little bit overconfident. I think that's the word that I was looking for. I do think that he was a little bit overconfident after the start of the game, and I don't blame him necessarily. I don't blame him for being overconfident, but you know, it was his downfall in the end. Was his downfall. He was caught in the center of the map. Again, he was investing a lot into tech and economy, as well as army, kind of splitting his attention in 3 ways, and was caught out. And with that, we're getting into our next game. Oh, one moment. Ah. I do apologize. A bit of sorry, a bit of an emergency IRL. So I did actually end up missing Smurge. I did end up missing I did miss the lobby, unfortunately, as the game has commenced, but thankfully, I can actually switch our scenes over, and bam! We're getting into the A section, getting into game number 5 here between both Skillus and Kellizer. In the bottom right, of course, we have Kellizer. In top left, we have Skillus. We have Kellizer going for a bit of an E-way block here on the low ground. Is going to be delaying the expansion. Thankfully, Kellizer was able to get eyes on this. Sorry, thankfully, Skillus was able to get eyes on this ahead of time, and is going to be able to shut this down without too much issue. We'll be able to expand on location. Oh, again, I do apologize for missing this, but yeah, something was happening IRL, so do apologize, but everything should be fine. Everything should be good. As we're getting here into game 5, because I am going to be restreaming here from big shout out to Cosmos, going to be restreaming from Cosmos's POV. I will not have in-game sounds, as Cosmos is going to be casting on his own channel. So I'll do my best. Do apologize. Ooh. But yeah, from here we do see Kellizer going for a Rax Expand. I say that is going to be going for Rax Expand here, opener instead. So something, of course, about Oceanborn is no, we have ads. Hold on. I think I can fix this. God damn it. Right, I forgot that ads are a thing. We'll be able to cast from here instead, I hope. Man, there we go. Okay. Whew, but yeah, okay, so talking about Oceanborn again, short versions of my grant, it's very common to go for an E-way block here in TVP to try to deny that expansion. Alas, we weren't quite able to here, as Skillus was on top of it, was able to shut down. We saw something similar between both Kellizer and Showtime, as the Reaper does make it into the main base. We do get eyes on the Twilight Council. Our tech of choice, it is going to be Blink. Reaper goes down, but at least it does go down by scouting, of course, and by confirming what exactly is going to be coming up next. So a pretty big scout there from Kellizer back at home. Cyclone's going to be shutting down these adepts. At least one of them, another adept, does make it out. And we're going to be expanding as well behind this. Of course, getting our natural up and running. Do have a 2-1-1 setup. Ooh, very fast stim. We've seen this before from Kellizer. We have a very hefty attack on the way. Cyclones alongside a bio army. I think we saw this earlier this series. I don't think it was against Showtime. I think against Skillus, right? When Skillus did open up Stargate. Thankfully, this time we just have Stalkers. One Stalker goes down. Good control here from Kellizer. Ooh, as the Cyclone will still get picked off. Trading a Cyclone for a Stalker, not the best trade from our Red Terran. But regardless, he's still building up his forces. And again, is soon to be moving out with a terrifying army. Behind this, Skillus, he's going for, I think it was a 2-gate opener into a 3rd Nexus. So very economic. Which is a little bit concerning, right? Very economic opener here from Skillus. He has very limited production available, a very small army as a result. And Kellizer is soon to pull the trigger. As the Cyclone does get into the natural base, into the mineral line. 2 workers do go down. The Adept gets in. The Adept does slip into the main base. Getting a couple of SCV kills. Getting a couple of those workers. Likewise, tanks are getting in position. Good pickoffs here. Oh, good tank shots. As Kellizer was able to catch his opponent. And again, he wants to push. Stim is about to finish up. +1 is on the way behind this, sure, but we do want to first hit our Stim timing. Kellizer is moving out. Again, robot production underway. Nexus getting up and running for Skillus. Now, thankfully, he's going for some safety immortals before the Colossus. Very important that he does so. If he had skipped the immortal, then he'd be in a lot of trouble. Tank getting sieged up. A good force field slowing down the army. Shield battery still on the way. Still on the way here for Skillets. The tanks are getting within range. Oh, they're going to be able to shell away at the shield, but I mean, they do force a cancel, and they can take down the base. Yeah, the Nexus is going to fall. Big pickoff here for Kaiser. A big pickoff. So Pylon is going to be going down. And from here, Kaiser is going to be retreating. Oh, is going to lose the tank in the process, unfortunately. But again, really mature decision for Kaiser to just retreat from here, take a third base of his own, and get ahead economically. Losing the tank was pretty big. It does mean that this follow-up eventual army that Kaiser is working with is going to be one tank shorter. But regardless, is retreating and is expanding. Here we go. Before this match, they were 36 and 36 in games. Oh, let's go. I mean, it makes sense now to go all the way to the ace match. This could still go either way. Tank line is looking solid. Skillets went behind. That's a Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is on the way. Dark Shrine is in production. From here, Kaiser is just going to be taking his third. Again, there's a lot of potential with the Invisible Man, as we saw previously, as we did see in previous games. They did, of course, win Skillets the game earlier. But again, this time, Kaiser is going to have, triple orbital. I'm sure going to be throwing down the Abigail. Turrets are on the way. We'll be better set up for it. Meanwhile, his opponents, now that we've reached critical mass of Colossus, 3 Colossi are done. Disruptors are on the way, and we're going to be easing our way into the mid-game. Kaiser is in a better position, yes, but Skillets is catching up. He's taking a 4th, taking another expansion, recovering in that worker count. Taking his 4th. Now, sure, Kaiser, again, he may be ahead in supply, but there's always potential here with Disruptors. 1 or 2 good Novas, and Skillets can catch up in supply. Likewise, Dark Templar as well. They can slip into a mineral line. They can eviscerate SCVs, and there is comeback potential here for Skillets. Well, as Kaiser is going to be pushing, he's going to be moving out. There we go, Colossi. They do catch some of the army. Kaiser caught off guard, caught unsieged. Does go for the scan. I think he does see some of these zealots coming in, and Kaiser, he turns everything back around. A bit of an overreaction, but there we go. He's now going to be pushing. Skillets though in position at the tall grass. There you go. Disruptor has arrived. The scan does reveal it. Kaiser, he is aware. As Kaiser has maxed out, he's reached that 200 supply. Is going to be threatening a dive. It's going to be threatening a push. Actually going to be splitting up his army here. He does have an army threatening the 4th. Meanwhile, he's pushing towards the natural. And can Skillets keep up? He's trying to. Disruptor is barely on the way. Nova's going to be going off on both sides. So far, Kaiser, he does avoid them. Does avoid some of that. Oh, we panned away! Nova goes off, doesn't quite connect. As we're getting into the natural base, can be the production depowering of Robo. There is an opportunity for Kaiser. Takes down the bay. I need one more disruptor on the way. The tanks, they are exposed though, as we do dive on top of the 4th base. We do have a Nova going off! And it connects! Big connection on the army. Yeah, if it wasn't for that connection, we would have been able to break this Nexus, but alas, Kaiser is being forced back. Another tank is going to be falling. The Colossi, they rotate over. And Skillus, he holds. He does hold on to his fourth. He was so close to losing it. Ay, ay, ay. Kaiser is forced back. He's getting his fourth base on location. Like, this was meant to be a kill move. This was meant to be it. But here we go. The drop play continues. The drop play does continue here as we head in towards that natural base, looking to pull apart Skillus. 8 workers go down. Remember, the Bay died. We can't make any more Disruptors or Colossus. We can't make anything else. Yeah, as we're going to be trading here with these Stalkers. And can we go for the fourth? Send it, Papi, send it. Colossus, they're being dragged to the natural. The main army towards the fourth base. 14 workers go down. That's a lot of Disruptors. The Novas go off. Ooh, the Novas, they will connect. Some of them will, but not the others. Good target firing here from Kaiser. Focuses down 3-4 Disruptors. And it looks like he will get on top of this next as the fourth base is going to go down. At the same time, drop into the main. The Colossi, they barely try to escape. They barely do try to escape, but the army just stims on forward. Nova goes off, connects, but there's barely an army. Going for a big warp in of Zealots. The Vikings, they land, but it's just too much. GG gets called, and Kaiser will be qualifying for IEM Katowice. He takes down Skillus 3-2. He's got that plane ticket. GG. GG, well played. I apologize for not being in game for it, but congratulations. Congratulations. Whew. As Kaiser will make it in the end. Does just pull Skillus apart there. Again, a very, very aggressive build from Kaiser. A very aggressive opener, I should say. Moving across the map, and yeah, even though he wasn't quite able to kill his opponent, he was able to shut down the third. And that was enough. Shutting down the third base was enough to get ahead. And from there, he was able to pull apart his opponent, just had too much supply to work with, and Skillus just could not keep up with the multi-pronged aggression of Kaiser. Pushing in towards the main, the natural, the fourth base. GG. GG, well played. Oh wait, hold on. Congratulations. Congratulations to Kaiser. Diego, papi, Diego. GG. Again, unfortunately, I wasn't quite able to make it into the lobby for that last one, but we should be able to get into the lobby for our next series here, as we have some updates. We have some catching up to do. Here we go. Ooh, as when we were in the middle of Kaiser versus Skillus, Spirit was able to take down Classic 3-2, and Spirit has also qualified for IEM Katowice 2024. Oh my god. In the month of February. So Spirit is going to be making it there. Again, he's going to have that home field advantage, repping his country, repping his nation. Classic gets knocked down, which means the final series of the night is going to be a best of 5 between Skillus and Classic for that final qualifying match. It all comes down to the PvP. Here we go. And we need a moment to set things up. Speaking of predictions, my god, it was so long ago that we started the predictions, but they have concluded. They have ended, and predictions are finally going to be paid out as well. So we're going to be going on a short break. Here because the show must go on, and we still have that one best of 5 remaining here. We're going to be getting ready for Skillus versus Classic. Again, hopefully this time I am able to make it in. Hopefully this time I'm able to be a part of it, as vetoes are going to be underway. I assume we're going to be playing it out here on Europe, but they may decide to play on NA instead. But yeah, vetoes are currently underway, and predictions will soon be open as well once we get into that final best of 5. So we'll see you soon. Again, take this moment to take a moment, take a break, get some food, get some snacks, and we'll be back here with a PvP. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We made it in game. Welcome back to the final qualifying match here of Katowice, the European closed qualifiers. We are down to 2 players, and only one will make it to the main event, at least through these qualifiers. And if you're in the chat, predictions are going to be open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be the final player to make it in tonight. Here we go. So I do quickly let them know. Predictions open. Beautiful. Spawning in the top right hand corner of our Kione, we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have this South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. But again, do apologize for earlier unable to get into the game, but at least we're here in our final best of 5, and I'm ready for the PvP action. I'm ready for this to go the distance as well if it need be. It's gonna be brutal. Going to be brutal. But yeah, for now we do have 2 gate openers here from Skillous as well as Classic. Pretty standard openers here between our 2 players. Nothing too crazy. No one is going for a gate expand, or no one's going for a proxy pylon out of the map. No additional probes. Everything is looking pretty normal. Second pylon is thrown down from Skillous. Second pylon also thrown down from Classic. So everything is looking as it should. Everything is looking normal. From here, we do have a double Adept opener from Classic, double Stalker from Skillous. This is the first major deviation from our players. With double Stalker, Skillous is going to have, a much more robust start to the game. He's going to be able to fight and go toe-to-toe with these Adepts and gain map control. Meanwhile, the Adepts are looking to bypass these Stalkers and get economic damage done. That's their goal. Especially if we double down and make additional Adepts. We have 2 for the time being, but we can go up to 4, 6, even 8. There it is. We have 2 Adepts moving out. We have double sentry behind this. Okay, so we're not committing to aggression, but Skillous doesn't know that. Skillous doesn't know if we're committing or not to additional Adept play. As Skillous did have control of Zelnaga, he spots the Adepts and he gets the hell out of there. Behind this, double sentry. So Classic is going to be threatening with these Adepts, yes, hoping to contain, hoping to keep Skillous busy back at home while he goes for sentries to scout the follow-up. You got the power of sentries as hallucination. Hallucinations can get a free scout of your opponent's base. Adepts, they can do shade in, but they are denied entry into the main. We can see Skillous fanning out his units, looking for any kind of proxies, making sure that there's nothing hidden out on the map. Oh, as he's looking for a surround. We do cancel that shade. The Adepts, though, they get found, they get caught, and they will get picked off. Good movement here from Skillous. Very nicely done. He gets 1, only 1 for the time being. Meanwhile, we're setting up a proxy. Proxy pylon is thrown down, and this is a 1-base all-in. That is 4 gates. It's going to be a 4-gate blink. We could even go for a 5th gateway across the map. Classic is expanding. Little does he know that, okay, he does go for hallucination. Oh, not quite. Wait, what? No hallucination scout yet from Classic. He's still in the dark as to what's going on. He hasn't seen the main. And he should. As there's the warp ins. Skillous reinforcing. Blink halfway done. Classic in a lot of trouble. He's aware though. That's a second shield battery. Immortals are on the way. A robot opener out of Classic. Classic is the defender. Skillous, of course, the aggressor. As he's completely all in. Fully walls off. And Classic has pieced together that something is wrong. Has pieced it together, but that's still a lot of Stalkers. How many? 12 Stalkers! Oh my god. We can dive in. We could try to focus on the pylon itself and try to shut down the Artosis pylon, and then from there focus on the sentries. But what do we go for? One shot of Stalker. decent force field to do pick off one Stalker, or two Stalkers even, of Skillers. We dive on top of the armor. We're going straight for the Immortal. The overcharge is bumped, and we barely keep the Immortal alive. Oh my god, the Immortal does survive, and here comes the rest of the army. The Prism to juggle as well. Skillers being bullied out of the natural. That was insane. Skillers losing 8 Stalkers to the 1 of Classic. The trades. 1 for 8. No shot. But again, the power of the overcharge, as well as the control from Classic, juggling back his units, preserving his Stalkers, keeping so many of them alive. We dive in once again, going straight for the Prism. We change targets, we juggle the Immortal, GG gets caught, Classic completely shuts down his opponent and takes game number 1. GG, that was wild. Oh. That was crazy. GG, well played. Classic will take that first game. Thank God someone is everyone is casting, right? I think everyone's joined us. Crazy. Yeah. GG. Whew. And with that, Classic does take a lead. Again, a really solid game there. It was pretty straightforward in a way, in a sense, where, of course, Skillus had gone for a 1-base 4-gate blink all in, and Classic was able to respond quite well, going for a reactive robo, getting into Immortal production, clutch shield batteries as well, clutch overcharges. He does survive. And with that, he takes a lead in this series. Did we lose some casters? Wait, what? No shot, did we? Sorry, I'm just double checking. Yes, Steadfast is offline. Zombie Grub is offline. We lost our NA casters. We had so much English coverage. What happened? What? Ay. Yeah, it looks like they went offline. That's so sad. So many people left. Did they not? No, they should have known. What? Ay. It's all good. It's all good. As we're getting into game number 2. Getting into that second game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Down in this series, but it's a best of 5. Still plenty more games ahead of us. It is Skillus. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. Yeah, welcome for those that are tuning in. Yeah, I didn't think that. I mean, at the moment, I think it's like a decent time for NA, so I'm a little bit surprised that we lost our NA casters, but if you are tuning in now, welcome. Bienvenidos. Plenty of StarCraft going on here on the CranKy Ducklings throughout the weekend as well. After we wrap up with these qualifying matches, I'm going to be going for like a 2-hour nap, and then we're going to be casting KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, is how many hours from now? Is in like 4 hours? 4 hours time, so I'm going to be able to nap for a little bit, and then we're going to go back to casting. Then after that, I'm going to have to nap for a little bit longer, then we're going to be getting into WTL. That's a lot of StarCraft. A lot of StarCraft is going on tonight. And then that leads into the Americas qualifiers. Ay. Here we go. Again, from here, once again, we have a 2-gate opener from Skillus, 2-gate opener from Classic. Everything is looking normal. Everything is looking as it should. The Gandalf jamming. Ay. But yeah, just because we have 2-gate openers all around doesn't mean that it's going to be a standard game. As we saw, Skillus more than willing to go for a 1-base all-in. I doubt he's going to do it again. I doubt Skillus will double down on an all-in for a second game in a row, as we have similar openers. Once again, double Adept out of Classic, and we have double Stalker from Skillus. Too late for NA. What do you mean? Like, what? What time is it in North America? What do you, Canada time. It's 5 p.m. No, it's 6 p.m. No shot. It's It's 6 p.m. Bobby, what's that? What's PST time? What time is it? 3 p.m. You're all animals. Ay, ay, ay. As we do have a Twilight Council opener for skills. Once again, by the way, go for the Twilight Council, going for a Blink Stalker based opener. Meanwhile, the Adepts, they race back home, and it looks like this time we are doubling down. Remember, winding it back, in the previous game, Classic did go double Adept into double Sentry. This time, we're committing to Sentry production. Sorry, we're committing to Adept production, but the Stalkers, they have arrived. Adepts, they reveal themselves. They're looking to dive on top of this. Oh, the Shades are not quite. Yeah, we're going to be pulling back instead as we deal with this pylon. It's going to be a proxy pylon. That is a third gateway. It's a one-base all-in. Skillus doing is Skillus tired? I mean, it is late in Europe. I know that. I know that it is late in Europe, which is why the NA casters went to bed. Kappa. So yeah, we're committing. This could be a proxy gateway for a 4-gate blink all-in. Ooh, that is going to be a third. Sorry, that is going to be a natural though. We have expanded. The pylon has been found, and it will be shut down. Meanwhile, Adepts, they threaten the Shade. Oh my god, they almost get in. Gasito, baby, gasito. As again, it's only going to be 3 gateways. We are transitioning out of this. Initially, aggression from Skillus, but he's pivoting away. We're expanding, baby. We're expanding. As the Adepts will be shading back home. Behind this, we do have a Robo Opener. So it looks like Classic was anticipating an all-in. So just like the previous game, Robo Opener to get into Defensive Immortals, Shield Battery on the low ground. Classic, he's preparing for an attack that isn't coming. As, again, Skillus is expanding. He does have a Stalker army, don't get me wrong, but nowhere near as committed or robust as last game. As Classic should be able to hold on here on onto his 2 bases. With his Twilight Council, he's going to be catching up when it comes to Blink. Blink is done for Skillus, bear that in mind, and he is arriving. And how many Stalkers? We have 9 Stalkers in total. We see the army, we back off. Wise choice here from Skillus. Wise choice. Ooh, as we commit to the Shade. Sentry's going to go down. Big pick off. Now we're going straight for the probes. Aye, aye, aye. Probes are going to get picked off. Massive here. 3 workers go down. We get a 4th as well. And it looks like the Adepts are finally going to be shut down. Good cleanup from Skillus. But Classic was able to actually make use of those Adepts. Sentry, workers. Behind this, Classic getting into his own gateway explosion. 4 gateways, Blink, 2 bases. My eyes are on Skillus though, because again, when it comes to his saturation, he is down 10 workers. Behind heavily here in the economy. Still focusing on his aggression. Only 1 shield battery, not 2, but we do have an overcharge. Oh, shields are triggered. And we can dive on that Immortal as we trigger the other shields. Good control here from Skillus. Force fields are thrown down. Looks like we're going for the shield battery. Yeah, shield battery is being targeted down, which means we don't have an overcharge. Classic's in a lot of trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. Throws down 2 more shield batteries, but this may just be too much. The Immortals, we dive on them. Both of them will go down. The boys are going to have to be pulled. And even with the boys, it looks like it's just too much. Skillus, he has broken the natural base. The reaction too little, too late. And Skillus is looking to tie this up. Across the map, Adepts, they're wreaking havoc. They're killing workers. That's fine and all. But what about this army? We cannot deal with it. Not anymore. The pylon. The Artosis. Okay, thank you. There's another pylon here. We do have another Immortal. It's doing what it can. Going for another desperate warp-in of Stalkers as well. Classic still ahead in probes, but only just. Slightly ahead in those workers. 38 to the 32 of his opponents. And it looks like we should eventually force this out, but we just pivot away to the low ground. And Skillus should have too much here. We have reinforcements on the way. Classic, can he hold? If we had a backup Immortal in production, then maybe, but it's just a numbers game at this point. And it looks like Skillus, he has too much. He may have failed in game 1, but here in game 2, he's caught him. Oh. The overcharge barely keeping this alive, repowering these gateways, going for another big warp in. We have 11 Stalkers. Soon to be 14. 14 Stalkers, Bappy. So working our way through, we focus on another one of those Stalkers. And the voice is being pulled again for a third time. And it looks like Skillus, again, he has done it. Getting into the main base, depowering some of these gateways, picking up these pylons, diving on the army. Good target firing as well. The probes, they try to mess things up, trying to get us around. But as long as we can focus on these Stalkers, then Classic cannot recover. As Skillus has taken a worker lead. It's taken a worker lead. Behind this, third base is on the way. Forge, 2 more gateways. Robo in production as well. Skillus just getting further and further ahead. And Classic, how can he come back here? Dark Shrine, right? Maybe, yeah. There's DTs. Obviously, with Stalkers, you can try to outposition your opponent as well. Skillus testing the waters. Only barely headed Stalkers this time, but again, there's nothing forcing Skillus to push into the natural. From here, he can just settle back, contain his opponents, get further ahead in the economy. Yeah, +1 attack on the way, charge as well. Skillus refining his composition. Classic gonna try to chase him back. Gonna try to chase him out. So yeah, from here, Classic is going to try to recover. Now, again, there's a lot working against Classic at the moment. Like, he's down in base, down in workers, down in army, down in tech, down in upgrades. Is there a chance? When it comes to Blink Stalkers, there is a chance where maybe he can catch Skillus out of position. If Skillus tries to go for, like, some harassment, for example, if he loses a little bit too much, if he does segment his own army, then maybe Classic can pick him apart. But when it comes to these big head-on engagements, that's where the problems lie. Blink is done. Classic, you can try to rely on his control and his micro here, but so can Skillus. Here we go. Skillus is going to be pushing. Hallucination does spot the army. And we're just diving on forward here. Shield battery is not done. We don't have the overcharge. Not here, not at the third base. The boys, they're always being pulled. Not like this. Charge's coming in to help support as well. Skillus blinking his heart out. He can reinforce on the front lines. Classic blinking well himself. But he's being forced further and further back. And this is just the advantage that Skillus has had from the early game, from the initial aggression. He dives on top of the army. There's 2 Stalkers left. GG gets called, and Skillus will tie it up 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Oof. And yeah, Skillus, he will fight back here. Again, things were honestly pretty close. A lot of it did come down to those 2 Immortals getting picked off really early on. If we did have a backup shield battery with the backup overcharge, then maybe we can survive. But yeah, really nice control out of Skillus, really meticulous play. Does, of course, snowball out of control. With that, we're getting ready here for our next game. Getting ready for game number 3. Gonna be on Golden Aura. Let's go. Catching up with the chat. Time for bed. Classic started his run today at 3 a.m. True. A lot of there were some big Korean names that did start their runs really early on at 3 a.m. I've been sick the past week. Finally went to work today, only to go home after 2 hours because there was COVID among the other employees, and we're not sure if I was infected. Ah, no. Take care, Poppy. Take care. Look after yourself, Ice Town. Look after yourself. But here we go. We're getting into our next game to determine who takes a lead in this series, as we are tied up 1-1 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Tying it up 1-1. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. God, we've already been live 5 hours. I was not really expecting this to go on this long. Ay. 5 hours. 5 hours. Yeah, I'll have to set all the alarms. All of them. I should be okay for KSL. I'm a little bit worried for my energy levels for WTL. I think that's my big concern. I think. Maybe I should be concerned about my energy levels for KSL as well, actually. It's gonna be a tough one. If I can get through KSL, then I'll be fine. I'll be fine. But now the probes are being sent out. We have a 2-gate opener here from Skillous. Likewise, 2-gate opener from Classic. Once again, everything is looking normal for the time being. But we have seen a lot of aggression out of Skillous. Game 1, we had a 1-base all-in. Game 2, we had a 2-base all-in, essentially, where he cut workers very early on. Was hyperfixated on Stalker production with his 3-gate opener. And was able to break Classic then and there. Classic just not taking him seriously enough. Neither was I. Neither was I. We sort of have a CranKy 4 GG emote, by the way. Well, one day. We need some ideas for a GG emote. We need some ideas. Like, are they going to be holding up the GG sign? Are they going to be... Do we have ducks shaped like G's? Do we have G-themed ducks? I don't know. Figure it out. We should, though. We should. For the time being, double adept. Oh, the turns have tabled. Let's go. Skillous this time going to be going double Stalker. His opponent... Classic this time going double Stalker. Skillous going double adept instead. We're going for that double adept. I love that he does actually hide his adepts from this pylon, waiting for the cancel. Then he moves out. So very cheeky moves here from Skillous, keeping his first units hidden from his opponent. Meanwhile, the pylon of Skillous did complete, so we're going to be focusing it down. Likewise, Stalkers have been revealed. Classic going for the expansion. Adepts making their way across the map. We do have a probe slightly in position. Are we going to be able to react in time? Shade's coming in. And we do pull. We do get her just in time. Walling off the main. Skillous is expanding. And we have a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opening here from Skillous. Classic being a little bit more economic, prioritizing his Nexus. So Classic having a more economic opener. Skillous a little bit more tech heavy with a faster blink. Only slight. He is going to be working on faster blink. Classic likewise going for a Twilight Council, not a Robo. Stalkers are on the way for both players. For both players. Oh, as we do shade in. Oh my god. Don't quite commit though. Classic was in position. The bait wasn't real. The shades do continue. Yeah, outside of that, no other forms of aggression. No additional gateways, no fast robos, no fast forge. we're just settling in. This may just be our most standard game so far. We've seen a lot of aggression in Game 1 and Game 2, but here in Game 3, things are calming down. For now. Steps, they do threaten the shade. Good force field out of Classic. Oh my god. Does catch one of those adepts. Again, it takes 2 adepts to one-shot a probe. We do get 1 probe in the main, but only 1. As the adepts do get picked off. Very nice moves here from Classic. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, across the map, we are looking to take a 3rd. Yeah, that's to be expected. I expect that from both players, actually. 3rd bases are going to be on the way. Again, a pretty passive early game, all things considered. Outside of the Adept harass, of course. Hallucination gets caught. 2 armies do clash. Bit of a misrally there. 1 Stalker goes down, and 2 Adepts do make their way across the map. Classic throws down his 3rd, so does Skillus. Robos are on the way for both players as well to get into Observers, Immortals, or Prisms. But do we have much at home to defend the Adepts? They do shade in. The wall! Oh, we could have committed, but no, we go into the natural instead. Regardless, probes are going down. 3 worker kills, pretty good. And we shade into the main as well. Not like this, all the way to the main, and this is almost game-ending damage here. 6, 7 worker kills. We're gonna get 8, 9. At the same time, the main army gonna be rocking up here at the 3rd base. Blink is done for both players, but we have force fields. We do have force fields available as well. Classic applying so much pressure. He kills 10 workers, gets ahead. Doesn't kill any of the Stalkers though. They get very low, but they do survive. Good control out of Skillus. He does hold on to his 3rd. You can see here that Skillus has lost 1 Stalker. That was the misrallied Stalker earlier. But outside of that, because of the blinks, neither player has really lost much of anything. Except for the probes. That's the big win for Classic. The probe damage. The worker kills. As a result, Classic is ahead by 10. Ahead by 10 workers straight up. Gateway explosions on the way, charge in production. It's going to be on Skillus to bounce back. Pressure is on Skillus. Do threaten to push. And both players going for a big gateway explosion. Skillus resaturating his bases. Classic working on a 4th. And for the time being, it's still just pure gateway armies. It's Blink Stalkers from once, or Blink Stalkers and Chargelets from both sides. Charge is done for Skillus. It's on the way for Classic. Just now finishing. And Classic, with his excess resources, not just going for the 4th, but also going for a Dark Shrine as well. Again, Classic, he can afford these things just because of his lead. While Skillus has been reinvesting into his worker counts, Classic has been able to invest elsewhere. We'll see if it pays off. While Classic pushing forward, diving on top of the Prism. Big snipe, Prism goes down, shield battery as well. The Guardian Shield adding so much to this army as well. And Classic, he's just forcing his way through into the 3rd base. Big warping of Zealots. Trying to allow them to go through. Giving them some room. And we may not even need the Dark Shrine. This may just be too much. As we're getting within range of that mineral line. Stalkers are going down. Again, the choke points from these force fields are insane, but we're running out of energy. And now we can just dive on the army. Massive blink forward. The boys are being pulled. But overall, it looks like even if Classic gets forced back here, he's killing so many probes. It's going to be 9 worker kills. With these reinforcements, Skillus, he is going to be forcing this back, but I spoke too soon. The Zealots are coming in. The Dark Templar, the sugar on top. As they waddle into the mineral lines, and it looks like Classic has snowballed out of control again. We didn't even need the Dark Templar, but GG gets called, and Classic will take a lead in this best of 5. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, again, a big reason, or kind of Classic snowballing out of control, did of course come down to the Adept Harass. Did deal quite a lot of economic damage, and in a mirror matchup, that is huge. That is massive. To kill 10 workers, to be up 10 workers compared to your opponent, is difficult to overcome. We saw that Skills was playing catch up, and unfortunately was not quite able to catch up. And with that, this means that Classic is one game away from qualifying for IEM Katowice. Skillus has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Oh boy. Here we go. But I don't know how many emote slots we have. I think we have like 1 emote slots, I think. 1 slot available, so we'll see what we can do. We shall see. It's gonna take some time. We're probably gonna have to like commission it and all that good stuff. We'll reach out to Shura again. Shura. As it could all end here. Our next game gonna be on Hecate. Here we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in this series, but looking to fight back. It is Skillus. He needs to win this game here and now to force the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds, 1 game away from becoming a qualified player for IEM Katowice 2024. It is Classic. 1 game is all he needs. 1 shot. 1 more opportunity. Can he take it? Or will he let it slip? As we should be getting into 2 gate openers once again, I'm curious if Skills is going to be the aggressor. Or going to be returning to the role of being an aggressor again. It's been a while. Yeah, we had a much more passive game on Golden Aura. Did not work in Skills' favor. Probe is moving out. See Skills just checking the gold. Making sure everything is on the up and up. Making sure that everything is as it should be. And there it is. Proxy pylon here from Skills, and we are looking to commit. I'm curious. This pylon is a little bit further back. This wouldn't be a bad location for a proxy Stargate. A proxy Robo wouldn't be I wouldn't be opposed to it either, but we'll see. We'll see what is done here with the Cyber Core. How hard are we going to commit? Stargate is just to get ahead economically. Robo would just be for an all-in. And there it is, Proxy Robo. The Robo's on the way. Meanwhile, Skillet's going for a Stargate opener. Okay. Proxy Robo versus Stargate. Let's go. Classic, is he going to check? No! No shot. He checks! He sees the Robo. He's aware of what's going on. He's aware of the all-in. With this, he has a choice to make. Now, if we want to be greedy, we can go Oracle first to harass across the map, to harass the mineral line, and then a Void Ray second, or we can go for a Void Ray first instead, just to be safe and secure. We'll see how lucky this Classic feeling. How will he approach this? How confident is he? As Stalkers are arriving, again, it's going to be 3 gateways back at home. We have the Robo across the map. We can reinforce with Warp Prisms. We can start up Immortal production. There it is. Prism is on the way. And we are going for the Oracle first. This is really risky, especially if Skills goes for a blind shield battery. If there is no shield battery, then we could be in some trouble. There it is. Shield battery is on the way. So this Oracle has very limited capabilities here with what it can get done. Just make Yaku do the emote. Oh, you're an animal. You don't know what you're asking for. As here comes Yaku. We're going for a second Oracle? Oh my god. We have shield batteries here on the high ground. Second shield batteries on the way. Building up the Stalker count. God, classic. It's crazy. His goal here to build up 2 Oracles, then we can one-shot workers, which means the shield battery won't be enough. Here we go. The army has arrived. We're forcing away up the ramp as well. Shield batteries are exposed. We only have 2 Stalkers. And the first shield battery is going to go down. Up. Up. Oh my god, it barely survives. Classic. He does barely force back the army. Void Ray now on the way. Again, we could have already had a Void Ray, but again, we're going for some damage across the map instead. We activate the pulsar beams. We go for the one-shots. We go for the probes. We got 5 worker kills. But we work through a gateway. Overcharge is popped, barely keeping the army alive. Classic is holding. Classic does have the slightly better economy. Throwing down the 3rd gateway. Oracles are going to be going back in. But the Void Ray has arrived. With the arrival of this Void Ray, I feel like we should be able to shut this down. There's no way here for Skills to dive. And does he expand? That's the question. Does he try to transition? As he is making probes. Oof. 1 Stalker goes down. The Void Ray! Big overextension. Sorry, I accidentally pressed spacebar. Void Ray does go down. Ay, ay, ay. A Stalker as well. Big overextension from Skillis. Sorry, from Classic. And Skillis, he's still in this. He can still pull this off. He can still pull this off. He has high ground vision with that Observer. Robo's on the way for Classic. He still has these 2 Oracles. Spacebar is to go to the base. That's why it shifted away. Don't apologize. Classic going for the ninja. Oh my god. Going for the hidden hatchery, the hidden nexus. Another gateway. Looks like it may go down. Looks like we have quarter sentry. Speaking of, we have Cord Zealots as well. Nice force fields. 2 Zealots will go down. Classic down to 1 Oracle. The army supply in favor of Skillis. Classic not making a Void Ray, not making an Immortal, going for a Prism. Again, just really greedy stuff here. And Classic. Can he get away with that base? Can he saturate the base? More importantly. Meanwhile, Skillis, he threw down a Twilight Council. Blink is in production. Looks like we are just catching and depowering this Robo. Immortal on the way. Good force field. Did you catch the Observer? Robo gets depowered. Classic goes across the map, and he should get eyes on the expansion. Yeah, he does check. He does see the Nexus being taken. So Skills is just transitioning out of this. He's just containing his opponent to 1 base. Or he thinks he's containing his opponent to 1 base. As Classic does recall. Does recall the hell out of there. Classic has to be very careful not to drag the army in the direction of his base. Very careful. Stasis Trap is going to be triggered. And Classic is going for an Immortal drop across the map. Bold move, especially considering the Blink is almost done. So Skillis can punish Classic with that Blink. Meanwhile, Classic is on 2 base saturation. So far unscouted. This nation is going to go down. Do drop into the main. Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Oh, and there we go. We do dive on top of the Prism. The Prism goes down. The Immortal as well. A big overextension from Classic. This is what I was worried about. Blink caught him off guard, and this was not worth of a classic. Losing a Prism and an Immortal, that was huge. That was huge. Like, Skillous is still in this. He may not be aware of the hidden base, but he's still keeping up. Skillous even has the higher worker count. He has the better economy. Back at home. I say better economy. I mean, there are gold mineral patches here. Bear that in mind. So, Classic, he does have a bit of a boost. Oh, Classic. Still just building up his Stalker count. That's turning back around. Robo is depowered or repowered. You can see Skillous, he's trying to figure out what's going on. He's like, why are you still on one base? Something is wrong here. Something doesn't add up. Something is amiss. Force fields are thrown down. Slow down the army. Classic is pushing. He is moving out. Hoping to depower that Robo. Skillous, he could try to go for a backstab, but no, he's coming back home. He does come across the hidden base. And now he knows. Now he's aware of what's been happening. The jig is up. God, that's so many Blink Stalkers. I think I still favor Classic overall. Adepts, they do shade into the main, but oh, that gateway does wall them off. As they shade into the natural, they still only killed 2 workers. And do we go for a base trade? I think so. Yeah, we're committed. Skillous, he's going for the main base of Classic. Likewise, Classic going for the natural of Skillous. Both players will have recalls available. Shield batteries are on the way. We're getting ready for the base trade. Going for the main. Going for the production. I love this. Going straight for the gateways. Probes are going to be going down. We do force a recall. Classic, can he take a fight? The Prism goes down. The Immortals are being focused down as well. Skillous is going to be popping off, and I feel like we have to get the hell out of here. The Immortals hold the Prism. The Stalker is going toe-to-toe. Army's looking very close here. And Classic is going to be losing this fight. He has to retreat. He has to get the hell out of there. Recalling back home. But he still has gateways. And he still has his main. Was the recall too premature? Because Classic, he can rebuild. And Skillous cannot. Skillous, he is down to 6 probes. He does not have an economy. Not anymore. But Skillous does have a larger army, and he's going for the ninja base. But again, Classic knows that he just has to buy time. Buy time for warp ins. Pylon's going to be going down. The Nexus as well. Looking at the units tab. Classic is down in Stalkers, but he has an Immortal. Classic can win this. He can take a fight. We dive with the Immortal. Oh, the Immortal does get focused down. A big pick-off. And Skillous, he's diving on this. He's getting out of control, focusing down Stalker after Stalker. Keep going, Papi. Keep going. Forces a cancel on the natural. No shield battery. No overcharge on the high ground. Only workers. 8 Stalkers to the 15 of Skillous. We do have an Immortal on the way. Do have an Immortal in production. But again, I do think that like there have been a couple of moves here this game that Classic, he has been overconfident. 100%. Oh my god. Part of it as well, going for the double Oracle. Despite scouting the all-in. Behind this, Classic stuck on one base. Or he still has that ninja base. He can actually go for a recall. He can recall his workers back to mining. Meanwhile, Skillous, he's recovered. He went down to 6 probes. Skillous went down to 6 workers. Now he's back up to 22. There we go. There we go. Do recall to that ninja base. No shield battery. Uh-oh. Shields are triggered. Skillous, he can take a fight. Just has to bring everything together. Oh, good. Classic in a lot of trouble. Does take out the sentry. But additional stalkers are on the way. The boys, they have to be pulled. We dive on the Immortal once again. We can just never have more than one. Stalkers are going down, though. Classic taking a fight. Classic is taking a good fight. Things are so close to these probes adding so much. Oh my god. And Classic, has he done it? He dives on the army. Chases down the reinforcements. Oh, getting another stalker. Oh, forcing his way up the ramp. Classic up in stalkers, but pushing into shield batteries. He cannot do that. Cannot pull that off. And he will back off. And now Skillus takes a worker lead. Skillus ahead in stalkers. And it looks like Skillus is going to be forcing that ace match. I mean, I say that, another stalker goes down. Another stalker does fall. We pull back. There's no shield battery. We do have reinforcements. Oh my god. Skillus up 2 stalkers. Classic trying to mine whatever he can. Oh, I don't think we have a recall. Stalkers, they rock up, they go straight for the main. There's nothing that can be done. And this is where the production is. Base trade. We're going for another base trade. Let's go. It's all or nothing. But we have a shield. We have shield batteries and we recall as well. No, this is still so close. So close here between the players. How many stalkers do we have? Again, Skill's taking a massive lead here. Again, he's got the better economy. Better economy, the larger army. This time, no immortals. Do have a shield battery? Do have an overcharge? Respected, we blink back. Oof. Classic is bleeding out far too much. Overcharge is popped. Classic, he's trying desperately to hold on. But he's delaying the inevitable at this point. Here come the reinforcements. And of course, we're going the distance. Of course, we have to. We have to at this point. Zell coming in, tanking a lot of shots, to be fair. But it's just far too much. Skillus snowballing out of control. GG gets called, and Skillus ties up the series 2-2. We're going to the ace match. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Once again, a roller coaster ride of emotions here. I do feel like Classic was overconfident. There were a couple of moments, not just the double oracle, but the War Prism, the immortal drop. The immortal drop was wild, crazy from Classic. Lost the immortal, lost the prism, lost a lot of momentum as a result. Oh my god. And Skillus was able to bring it back in the end, and now it all comes down to this, the final game of this best of 5, of this qualifier, of this broadcast. On hard lead. Here we go. 1 game left. Oh boy. One game remaining. And I need to set all the alarms. All the alarms, Poppy. Alright, we're starting in 3 hours and 40 minutes. 2 p.m. I'll have to wake up like half an hour before the broadcast. Maybe that's good enough. 45 minutes? Yeah. Okay. We'll be good. We'll be safe. Here we go. Just getting ready for that final game. Don't blame the players for needing a moment to just recoup a little bit. Just take it in. To calm things down. Because it all ends here. It's done. It's over. Here we go. It's all on the line. It was mentioned before, Classic, he has been playing since 3 a.m. in the morning. I think now it's like 8? It's like 8 a.m. now for him. Oh boy. But likewise, Skillus has been putting in so much work here as well. Fighting back, forcing the A smash. This could still go either way, and here we go in the bottom right hand corner of Hard Lead. We have the blue Protoss player for Team Liquid, tying up the series 2-2. It is Skillus. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. EU qualifiers have been fantastic. I mean, they've all been really good. If you missed out on the Asia qualifiers, I highly recommend checking it out. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but of course, cheering hard for players like Firefly and Cyan. DRG versus Beyond. Oh, that was beautiful. That was. And likewise here tonight as well. Following Kelazer's run was amazing. A little bit bittersweet just because we missed out on the final game. But Kelazer's run, alongside these two players here, Classic and Skillus. A lot of really good games in general throughout the qualifiers, and you know what? It's all going to culminate tomorrow, because even if you're a fan of these two players, Classic and Skillus, they will have one more chance in the Americas qualifier. Remember that. That regardless of who loses here, they will still have another opportunity to fight back, to claim that spot, as we are going for a proxy. Let's go. Classic. Oh my god, Classic going for a gate expand. Classic going for an economic opener. Oh, never mind. Okay, he goes for a second gas geyser. This should be Stargate before Nexus. Meanwhile, Skillus committing to a proxy. We're popping off. We are popping off. But again, this is the Americas qualifier that starts tomorrow. It's going to be Proxy Robo. It's going to be a one-base all-in out of Skillus. And a Classic. No shot. He should be throwing down tech first. I'm concerned that he throws down the Nexus. If he does, he's going to be in quite some trouble. He's building up for it. It's looking like Nexus. Oh boy. Yeah, there it is. It's a gate expand. A gate expand opener here from a Classic. Ay. We should be seeing a Stargate as a follow-up to get into Void Ray production. We do have the gas for it. There it is. Oh, I see. Going for a Robo, actually. Not a Stargate, so for Immortal production is going to help. But Skillus is starting up his own Proxy Immortal. Stalkers are on the way. Essentially, Classic has to do his best Max Packs impression. But already, if you're familiar with Max Packs, you would know that he goes Stargate before Nexus, and he goes into faster Void Rays to defend. Classic has been greedier. He has been one step greedier than Max Packs usually would be. So here we go. We're going to be dancing with these sentries. Classic up. Oh my god. Getting forced out. Getting forced back. The Immortal has arrived. Reinforcements pushing forward. And with the arrival of this Immortal, we can just start chewing through the wall here. The Cybercore is under threat. Warp Gate is going to finish. Defensive Immortal in production for Classic as well. Good force field. Up. Oh, we do miss the Stalker. The Stalker barely escapes. And now we're going to have some counter force fields available. Uh-oh. Skillus looking to cut up the army of Classic, looking to try to trap some of these units. Cybercore is going to go down. Good force field. We do catch 1, 2 Stalkers. Big pickups, and this may already be too much. Overcharges pop, but there's nothing to save. Nothing left. The Cybercore being topped up. Additional gateways are on the way. We need a we do have a backup Cybercore. We're going for the gateway. We don't even care. We're going for it. We just get it all. We're just gonna get it all. Cybercore goes down, second Immortal arrives, and it looks like Skillus, again, he just has too much. He takes down the gateway. And we are down to 1 gateway and 1 robo. We can warp in 1 unit at a time, and it's a Zealot. The Prism. Oh my god. The Prism barely survives, so we focus on everything else, and it looks like Skillus has done it. Classic, he stayed up all night. He played so much. Deep into the hours of the DJ hours of Korea. But it wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it in the end, because Skillus, he's here to rain on his parade. Go to sleep, he says. And Classic says, I have to stay up for KSL. He has to stay up for KSL, Papi. There's another tournament going on. Gateway's going to be going down. A good target firing on one of those Immortals. Big pickup. But it ends up a shade into the mineral line, and we have broken the main base. We have compromised the main. Shield batteries are falling. We're down to 2 units. 2 Immortals. That's all we have left. 1 Immortal. GG gets called. Congratulations. And Skillus will qualify for IEM Katowice 2024. GG. Ah. GG, well played. Congratulations to Skillus. It's been a long night, a long qualifier. Went down to the wire, went down to the final qualifying spot, went down to the ace match as well, and Skillus will be earning that plane ticket. He will be a part of IEM Katowice. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Ah. Oh my god. And with that, we have our final qualified players here for the European server qualifier. Very apt to have a European player make it through here towards the end. Very apt. Oh. Here we go. Will any NA players qualify tomorrow? I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. I want to believe in players like Scarlet, players like Trigger. I do want to believe, but we will switch our scenes over. We will hit that refresh button as well. And from the top, from the very top, we have Clem, who qualified 3-0 over a Laser. Clem not dropping a single map. He was one of the first players to qualify here tonight. Had an early night, actually, an early mark. Scrolling down a little bit further, we had Showtime versus Kellizer. We did cast that series. We casted Showtime versus Scarlet into Kellizer. And Showtime was able to have a much more dominant performance there. Again, one of the best Protoss in Europe does make it into IEM. Scrolling down a little bit further, we had, I would say, a surprising result. A 3-0 Hero Marine over Spirit. Spirit has been dominant over Hero Marine this past year of play. But Hero Marine, he gets his revenge. He does make it into IEM. And at the bottom here, Classic. He 2-0'd Skillus initially. This was a rematch. I didn't even notice. It's a rematch. Classic 2-0'd Skillus. He took the first game against Raynor, but Raynor was able to overwhelm him, overpower him. Raynor qualified over Classic 3-1. And then we have the lower bracket here. Kellizer, he made it over Bunny and Skillus. Those were the 2 matches that we casted. We did cover Kellizer's run. And Diego, he popped off tonight. He did qualify despite the lag, despite the latency. Kellizer, he literally lagged out of a game. He lagged out of a game in that series against Skillus, but still overpowered him, still overcame the might of Skillus. So GG here for Kellizer, for Diego. And at the bottom, oh my god, Classic versus Spirit. Classic went to the ace match against Gumiho, 2-1, and then to the ace match against Spirit as well, and didn't make it. Did not make it. Classic was knocked down, and as we know, went to the ace match against Skillus and almost won it. This was almost like a 3-1 in favor of Classic. Like, that game of Hecate, that's gonna haunt me for a while. Like, Hecate was wild. And Skillus is the final player here to qualify. Doesn't make it through, and Classic does not actually make it into IEM, not yet. But as we mentioned, there is one more shot, one more opportunity. The Americas qualifiers. The Americas Open Server Qualifier is tomorrow in just under 24 hours. Be there, because we will, because screw sleep. Smooch. We're gonna be there, and players like Gumiho, Classic, Lambo, a Laser, Bunny, players that did not make it, Scarlet, Strange, Young Yakov, Jeshi, these players that were eliminated, they all have another chance, and I'm sure they will all be in the Americas qualifiers. They'll all be there, which means you should be there too. Again, that is going to be tomorrow, a very intense week of StarCraft. Meanwhile, when it comes to myself and the CranKy Ducklings, is it time for bed? It is 10 a.m. in the morning. I started casting this tournament at 5 a.m. in the morning. 5 a.m. It's been 5.5 hours. It is now... Actually, I started casting this a little bit earlier. It's 10:30 a.m. in the morning, and we have a cast coming up. We're going to be casting KSL. The Korean StarCraft League is in a couple of hours. Let me just double check the TL calendar. So if you want some more CranKy Duckling action, we're going to be live in 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. I'm going to try and sleep for 2. I set my alarm. I'm going to try and sleep for 2 hours, and hopefully I can wake up. If KSL starts and if we aren't live, it's because I never woke up. It's because I crossed over. But it's over. It's the light is done. It's done. So we have a KSL in 3.5 hours. So we're gonna be live covering some Korean StarCraft. I would be shocked if Classic is there. I'd be very impressed if Classic is a part of that. Same with Gumiho. Gumiho and Classic, they're regulars in the KSL. But I wouldn't be surprised if they miss it this time. And if they're in bed instead. So we'll see. We'll see if Classic and Gumiho are a part of that. So again, in 3.5 hours, we're going to be live. This was our second broadcast of the day. We were live earlier with WTL, with World Team League. And speaking of... after KSL, in how many hours? 12 hours from this message, we're going to be live again with World Team League. WTL day number 2. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Starlight Twinkle and Mystery Gaming versus the Kwangdong Freaks. So 12 hours from this message. So if you can't tune in for KSL, maybe 12 hours from now, you can tune in here on the CranKy Ducklings for some WTL action. I believe it's WTL, and then we're going to be casting... then we're going to be staying... No, I'm going to be going to bed, and then we're going to be covering the Americas Qualifier, which is... Actually, fun fact, the Americas Qualifier is 24 hours from now. Almost exactly 24 hours from this message, so that's the Americas Qualifier. We'll be back for that, and then we have the OSC 24-hour marathon after that, that we're going to be kicking off with, and then WTL, and then more IEM Katowice qualifiers, then ESL Cup Asia, then all the StarCraft. So... if you enjoyed, hit that follow button. Follow us here on Twitch, follow us on YouTube, follow us everywhere, because we are live constantly on the CranKy Ducklings. We're usually live on a daily basis, at least a daily basis. There are days like this where we're live like 3 times a day. That's just because, yeah, we take pride in that. So we are the channel that is live the most. I think we're more, like, we cast more than like Steadfast or Wardy or some of these other casters. We put in the work. We may not have the viewers, but we have the hours at least. We have the hours, so that's how we do on the CranKy Ducklings. That's how we do. We do our best. And yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We're gonna be heading off here for the night. We're gonna be heading off for the time being. Gonna try and get a couple of hours of sleep. We'll see you guys in a couple of hours for some KSL action. Otherwise, big shout out to Skillus, and wish the best of luck to Classic and all these other players in the Americas qualifier. Best of luck. Best of luck. Alright, until then, I'm gonna go nap for 2 hours. Until then, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. A big shout out to iScar in the chat. Oh, predictions. I have to pay our predictions as well. Let me not forget that. Manage predictions. Bam. Skillus did make it. And yeah, enjoy the outro. It's amazing. It's beautiful. We'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Until then, hasta luego. Hasta luego. Bye. Bye, everyone. Hasta luego.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless